Welcome to this amazing Django course. Django is a Python web framework for perfectionists with deadlines. And really, this line suits Django. You know why? Because Django is ridiculously fast. From concept to completion as quickly as possible. Django includes forms for quick setup. It also has generic views to write less codes. Now, Django is fully loaded. This means it gives you various things out of the box like authentication, content administration, sitemaps, RS field, and many more tasks. Django is absolutely secure for your next big project because it protects from SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and cross-site request forgery, which is CSRF, and click hijacking. All these things out of the box. Once again, security. Django is absolutely suitable for a scalable project. Some of the very famous and high traffic websites are built with Django. One example is the Instagram website. So Instagram initially built with Django. So that's amazing. Django is very versatile. Using Django, you can create from content management system to social networks to scientific computations. Okay, what exactly we are going to learn in this amazing course? First, we will look at the getting started things like installation and setup, creating a new project, new Django project, and understanding the Django file structure. Then we will move to the Django apps, understanding what are apps, why we need them, and how to create, register apps, and connecting the app URL with the project URL. Then we will take a closer look into the template system in Django, how we can use the template, how we can load some data from JSON file and show inside the template using template filters and tags. Next, we will understand the URL structure in Django, how we can map the URLs to project URL like app URL to project URL, how we can create the dynamic routing and handling some not found pages. We will also understand the database model and migration, how to create the database, how to create the migration, and how we can connect the model with the table. The migration updation, that means once we have written the migration, we can change something or we can add and remove column from the table. We can also do the query filtering with all these things inside this section. Next, amazing thing which is Django administration or Django admin. We will understand how we can use the Django admin and how to perform a CRUD operation inside the Django admin. The amazing thing I told you that Django has is a generic view. So what generic view is and how it solves our problem, how it helps us to write less code, we will see in this section of generic view, where we will look into the generic list view and generic detail view. The next very important thing is model relationship. We will understand between one-to-many, one-to-one, many-to-many relationship and querying between them. This is really going to be an amazing thing. Now, next important is authentication. Every website need a login, registration, password reset, all these things. So we will get into the default authentication system provided by Django, login redirect using middleware, logout, and then we will see how we can reset the password. But to reset the password, we need to send an email to get the reset password link. And we will understand how we can set up the email SMTP inside our Django. After that, we will take a look into the file uploading system, first from the Django admin and second manually, like we are going to upload writing the code. And after that, we will look into the Django Forms, which is going to be a game changer in Django, and that is going to also help us in uploading file without writing any kind of codes for uploading the image. And at last, the main point is deployment. So first, we will prepare our Django application to ready for the deployment on any platform, and later After that, we will going to deploy the Django application using Heroku CLI and Git. So without wasting a time, let's get into this journey of Django framework. Let's get started with Django. What we have to do, we have to go to this djangoproject.com, very nice website, and here you will find various links to start getting started with Django. So you can click here, or you can click on the download latest version, which is currently 3.2 for me, or you can click on this download button. There is a documentation. We will going to spend a lot of time on this documentation, but first thing I want to do is create a virtual environment for us. And by the way, this latest version of this Django uses Python 3. That means we should have the Python 3. Let's check what version of Python I have. So I say Python and hit enter. It says 2.7.16, which is the default in Mac, but obviously I can have the Python 3. Yes, I already have that. So 3.9.4 currently I have, so that's obviously bigger than 3. And one thing I did, I created alias for Python 3 called py. So whenever I hit py, that means I'm saying Python 3. That's just a shortcut for me. Okay, so now we have this Python 3. What next? We just need to use the pip to install Django, and we can define the version. But I don't want to install Django globally on my system, because what if I want to work on some other version of Django? That's how we create the virtual environment first. So how you can create the virtual environment? First, see, I have this Django course directory, and inside that I'm going to create a virtual environment. For that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to first say py, that means Python. Obviously this is Python 3. Then I say -m, then venv. Since we are using Python 3, we don't need anything to create a virtual environment, just Python 3 is enough. So venv, and then whatever the environment we want to create. So let's call this Django env. Nice one. So if I hit enter, what's going to do? It's going to create your environment or virtual environment for you. Now we have created this, but if you visit the directory, we have the new directory called Django env. On that we have this bin, include, lib, and some other file. But what we are interested is bin, and then this activate file. We just need to trigger this file. How we do? We simply say source and then Django env. Inside that we have a bin, inside that we have a activate, and if I hit enter, boom, I am inside the virtual environment. And to make sure we are inside, you can see I have this py Django env. This is the thing which is showing me that I am inside the virtual environment, but this is only because I have installed power level 10 theme for Z shell. If you don't have that, you will probably get that before it, like before this cursor, then you will get Django env. Cool. Now since we have, or since we are inside the virtual environment, what next? We need our Django. Pip install Django. You can define equal 3.2, or if you don't want to define, that's going to get the latest version. So simply say pip install Django. That's a very easy command. When you hit that, it's going to collect everything required for Django and downloading that inside of your virtual environment. And that's how you can see here we are inside this Django env, that is a virtual environment. Inside bin, now we have some more files. You can see Django admin.py. That's exactly we want, and there is a command line for Django admin. Cool. So what exactly we have to do after this? No worries, always refer to the documentation. After this, it's saying that you can have different ways of installing and you can have the different versions. Then what next? Yeah, so after this you need to go to the documentation. Always refer to the documentation. Okay, then go to the overview and not this one, go to the installation. Yeah, and here it says after installing you can check the version either by doing this, or I can show you a different way. Since we are once again inside the virtual environment, if I say Django-admin and if I hit enter, I can see lots of command related to Django admin only. Okay, so now what I can see, I have lots of command, but I should get the version. So we can say Django version 3.2. Now what if you are not getting this? Maybe you are not inside the virtual environment. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kill this terminal and I'm going to restart the terminal, and here you will see if I run the same command once again, it says Z shell command not found for Django admin, because you can see here we are not inside the virtual environment. So what we have to do, source activate the virtual environment, and by doing that, if we hit this thing, yep, we are back with the Django admin. That means we are having the Django. Cool, so that's really amazing, and we can do this thing also inside the Python shell, but that's okay. Okay, so let's move to the next, where we are going to really start creating a new project with Django admin. To really get started with Django, you always need to refer the documentation. So yes, the documentation is described or written in a very nice way. First, you have a basic thing like how you can really get started. Then here is the how documentation is organized, really nice thing. So this tutorial is exactly this thing. Okay, next we can search for the topic wise, we can search for the reference and how to guides. Then we have some model layers, view layers, template layers, forms, everything is given here. But we have not just done anything, we just have installed Django admin. So let's go to the installation. Here we are done with this thing. So what next is the first step. Now we need to really start a project, and this is from the Django admin command line. Okay, so I'm going to type Django admin, and if I hit enter, you see lots of command is there, but we have this one, start project, which we need. Okay, so then I say start project, and then I call this project as let's say Bookstore, simple thing. And what's going to happen if I hit this? First, you can see inside this Django course we have only 3 directories, and if I hit enter, a new directory is created called Bookstore, and that's it. Okay, that's how we really start a new project in Django. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to open this with the VS Code. So I'm going to drag it here and then see what we have inside that. Okay, so inside the Bookstore we have one more directory called Bookstore. That's cool. So Bookstore, if you go inside another Bookstore and then manage.py. So in Django, when you create a new project, the outer folder is just a name given. It doesn't matter to Django. We can name it anything, literally anything you want. Yes, so this doesn't matter to Django. But what matter is the inside name. This should be, or this must be, the same when you have created your project. So we cannot change the name inside this directory, but yes, we can change outside. So I'm going to change it, and I say Bookstore -project. This is the project, and now I'm going to open this one on VS Code. And cool, so now the project is Bookstore project. Here it's written, and inside that we have a Bookstore application, or simple project, once again you call it. Now what we have inside this, but before doing anything, what I want to do, I want to run the server. And here once again, since I am not inside this virtual environment, I need to go into the virtual environment, but that virtual environment is one step ahead or above actually. So cd double dot, and I can say source activate. That's good. Now I can go to the Bookstore project, and now we have this virtual environment. Next, what we need to do, we have this manage.py. We can use the Python and we say manage.py, and this is a very nice command line, and we are having some very beautiful commands here. So see, we are having lots of Django related command, auth related command, but we are interested in run server. So I say Python, that means py, Python 3, manage.py, which is this file, then simply run server. If you hit this is going to say something. Yeah, don't worry about that. We are going to tackle everything. But the important thing is starting development server at localhost 3000. No, it's 8000. Okay, so start the server at localhost 8000. So if I go or visit localhost 8000, and here we have the Django. Congratulations for the first Django installation, the Django project installation. This is really amazing, and I want to congratulate you for this. This is how we really get started with Django, and everything is written in the documentation. You don't have to worry about my saying or whatever I'm doing. You can follow the documentation. That's the Bible or Ramayana or whatever your holy book is for you for learning the Django. Okay, so they said, okay, create your website or create your project. Then after that you get something. We will learn about the internal stuffs later. And then finally it says Python manage.py run server, and we are having the server. Next thing is they're saying that you can also define your own like port. If you don't want to use the localhost 8000, what if I want to use 9000? If I hit 9000, it's not giving anything. But now see this magic. Python 3, that means Python manage.py run server 9000. That's cool. And now the server is started at 9000, which is not showing, and there's some issue. Let's see, port is already in use. Okay, so we cannot use 9000, so I want to say 8001. What about this? Okay, so it's not reaching. That's cool. But if I say 8001, I think that's open, and yes, we can use it. And yes, on the localhost 8001 we have the Django same project is running on a different port. When we are using this, whenever we want two projects, one should be on 8000, one should be on some other. That's how we start the server. Okay, so that's it for now, and in the next we are going to understand the really what happening inside it, the file structure and everything. Now it's time to understand the file structure or directory structure when you create a new Django project. Okay, so here inside this we can see we have three things: manage.py, db.sql3 and bookstore directory. So let's start with the manage.py. Manage.py, we already know, we have used this thing. So whenever we try to run the server, we say Python manage.py. That means this is going to help to create the server or run the server and some other things. So this is kind of a command line tool for us. Okay, next db.sql3, which is obviously the database, nothing to say about that, but the important thing is here bookstore, and inside that first thing is the file I can see is __init__.py. This file is related to Python, not to Django, and it says that hey, this directory called bookstore is a Python package. So this file is just an empty file, nothing to do about this. Okay, next important one is this settings.py. Now settings.py file is absolutely important file, and here we will set all our configurations for our project. So first you can see we are defining the base directory, then we are defining the secret key. It can be used to encrypt some data like sessions. Then we have a debug, which is true for now when we are developing, but on the production it will has to be false. Then some allow host, we will see when we cover the course. Then the most important thing is this installed apps. Now what happened, we have actually created a project. Remember, we have ran this command called start project called Bookstore, and that's how we get this directory. So this is a project, but every project can has many applications. One more time, every project can has many applications. So that's how we define every application we want to add to our project. We define that application or app here. These are some default given by Django for us. Okay, next one is some middlewares, and finally very important thing one more time is root URL configuration, which is coming from bookstore.urls. We will tackle this later, but there is some template. Then WSGI application, so there is something, we will again see this in a moment. Then yes, we are defining the database, which database we are using and where it is. So we are using SQLite, so we need to define the absolute path. So we are getting base directory, which is coming from the top obviously, and then we say db.sqlite3, which is this one. Now finally we have something related to authentication and some configurations for language, time zone, and static files and some other thing. But let's get back to the important thing, which is this one, root URL configuration. It says on the project called Bookstore there must be a file called URLs. Is it true? Let's see. So we have this project called Bookstore. Let's open this. Inside that we should get the urls.py file, and exactly we have this. Here it is, urls.py. What this urls.py is doing, obviously this is going to define the URLs. We are going to write the path, or maybe you can say route or URL, and then we can do something with this. We can point that thing, simply saying whenever we hit any route like localhost 8000 slash, let's say I'm saying slash bitfumes. So if Django get slash bitfumes as a route or as a path, then what Django has to do? So this is like an entry point in our application. The urls.py file is an entry point in our application. Let's get back to the settings. One more important thing we get is WSGI application, and that's exactly inside Bookstore project. There should be a file called WSGI. Inside that there should be some application kind of thing. So yeah, we have this WSGI, and there is an application. That's cool. This is we are looking for. This is written inside this setting. So what this WSGI is, and similar to WSGI, we also have ASGI, which is also having almost exact same thing. So what is the difference between these two, and what are these two things? For that, let's go to the Django and documentation. I always say everything is inside the Django documentation. So here it's given that ASGI and WSGI is web compatible, or WSGI, these are compatible web servers. So first thing is, what is WSGI? WSGI is web server gateway. Okay, got it. What is ASGI? It's a asynchronous server gate interface. Or I can simply say, simply explaining is these are the two ways of deploying your Django to the server. This one, ASGI, is used when you are having the asynchronous programming in Django, and this one when you are not using asynchronous programming, or simply saying a simple synchronous programming. Okay, everything is given inside this documentation of Django. Once again, you can see these are the three ways we can use to deploy ASGI, asynchronous application, and these are some of the things where we can use a synchronous project and deploy it. Okay, so let's close these things and let's get back here. So we have covered everything. What is this PyCache? These are caching thing. We don't have to worry about them. We can even delete it. They will be reproduced. So we have covered the file structure and we have understand how exactly the project is defined here. That's really great. Now it's time to move on and start creating the apps inside our project. But how do we do that? I said always refer to the documentation, which is very important thing. But you have to get familiar with the documentation. So what I follow is, whenever I need to understand how this documentation is going, I always start from the scratch. So I start by clicking on the documentation and then I say, okay, where I was previously, is it from the installation? No. So is it from this part 1? Oh yes, this is the one. So this is how I go to the same page, and by repetition, by practicing, I learn where I have to go every time. So this is the way I understand the documentation. But what next we have to do after creating the server, after understanding the file structure, it's time to create our own app. How do we do that? We have the manage.py to start the app, which is absolutely important thing. But before that, I want to do one thing. Remember last time what I did when I have created this one. So suppose I close this terminal and I create new one. I need to go up a directory and then I need to source the virtual environment, which I don't want to do every time. So what I want to do, actually, I'm going to delete this virtual environment. Obviously, this is not the good way to create and delete, but for you to have everything at single place, I'm going to delete it. And then inside this project, I'm going to create a new virtual environment. So that should be like Python, create a new virtual environment called venv, virtual environment. So this is the command, this is the name. Okay, if I hit enter, you can see now we have a new directory called venv, which is there, and we are going to use this virtual environment instead of the old one. That means we need to source into this. So we can say source, and we have venv, then bin, then we have activate, like this. And if you're on Windows, you need to find the activate.bat file, which should be available there, and you can hit that or run that file to activate the server or the virtual environment, not the server. Okay, so now we have this. But what if I create a new terminal? You can see VS Code is very smart that it detects that there is a virtual environment and we need to activate it. So it automatically activate. If this is not activating, you just need to press Command Shift and P, hit reload window, and what this is doing, this is going to tell VS Code that hey, there is a virtual environment, and if it is not activated, you need to activate it. So if I start a new terminal, it automatically, you can say, source or activate your virtual environment. Since this is a new virtual environment, we need to install the Django. So pip install Django. This is how we need it. And after doing that, we just need to make sure the server is running properly. And once I complete this, I say Python manage.py and run server. Yes, the server is running, and I can check on localhost 8000. Everything is fine. Next, we need to create a new application. Okay, so how we create? Python manage.py, start app, and the name of the application. And this is app, I told you, every project hold different applications. So how we create it? Before creating that, I want to initialize the git here. So first I'm going to create a .gitignore file. So git ignore file, that should be .gitignore, and inside that I'm going to ignore the virtual environment. So we don't want virtual environment to go into the GitHub. So I say go to the virtual environment directory, and inside that everything should be ignored. This means if I say git init, you can see these things are untracked. There's a dot because this folder having some untracked thing, but venv is staying as the same. And if you go on this tab on the VS Code, it shows that these files are untracked. Okay, so I'm going to say git commit, and this is the start using Django. Cool. Now everything is done. This means now we can say python manage.py start app, and we can call this as a books. But before that, we can get the help for any command by typing -h. And you see we have lots of settings or information related to this command. If you want, you can read it, but for now I'm going to create our application or app called books. If you hit enter, you can see new directory is available, which is having a different color, having a dot here, and on this tab you can see some of the files are untracked. That means we can open this directory and we find various things. Some we already familiar, which is like init file, which is going to tell the Python that hey, this is a Python module. Then we already know about no other app. Okay, that's cool. So we know about init, but we have this admin.py where we register some of the models we create. We will going to create that and we will going to register it later. Then we can define some apps if we want for this app. So app can be dependent upon different apps. So this is the thing. Next, we should have this models. The models is going to interact with the database, and we have a test if we want to write the test, and some views which is going to handle the URL and handle the request. And what next? Yeah, there's a migration where one more time there's a init to define the package. In the migration, we create a schema or a table structure for our database. So this is how we create a new application. But how we register, how we tell our bookstore that hey, there's a new app called books. So for that, what we need to do, we need to register this. Okay, so we have this books app we have just created. Now how we can use this books app we have? So for that, we need to go to the documentation, and every time you stuck, documentation is your help. And make sure we start from scratch. So go to the documentation. I want to go to the tutorial part 1, and at the very bottom they have described that you can create your app, and after that you can use your views.py file to return some response. Okay, let's see how we can do with this thing. So I'm going to move this VS Code on the side of the browser so it's easy to navigate. Okay, so we have this books directory or books app. Inside that we have this views.py. Currently we don't have any views, so we can simply create a view. So we can say def for defining a new function, and we can call it anything. So let's call it index. Is it right? Yes. And then we need to get the request. After this, we just close the line, and we are going to return HTTP response, and I say hello books app. Okay, so this is good, but now it says this HTTP response is not defined here. And is there any way to fix this on VS Code? I don't know. I think there is nothing. Okay, no issues. What we do, we go here and it says from Django HTTP, we import the HTTP response. That's cool. So we say from Django.http import HTTP response. Okay, so we have done with this, and now VS Code is asking for some package like auto pip installed. So I say yes, install that. I don't care about that. That will be good if you have it. Now auto pip is also installed. So let's clear the terminal, close it, and that's good. And it has some auto formatting with that. Yeah, that's nice. What next? We have created a view which is returning this text. Next, it says you need to create a URLs file. I told you that in any application, like I told you about this bookstore URLs, here it should handle the request coming into the Django. So if any request come to the path of /book, then what we have to do, we have to refer, or we have to point the Django to this views file. But we are not going to use our main or bookstore project URLs. We already have the books. Inside this, we can create a new URLs file. So urls.py. This is amazing. And what we have to do next, we have to define and define the path. Similar to the previous one, which is given here, you can see create a urls.py file, and then you need to import the URL pattern. You can write it, you can define the view, and you can name your path anything you want. Okay, let's try this thing. And for reference, I'm going to open the urls.py from the bookstore project. Okay, so first thing is we need the URL pattern. I always try to write with not copy paste things so that I can write it very correctly. So patterns is equal to an array, or here it's very simple, and then we can say path for /book. It will point towards view dot, the name is, function name is index, view dot index. And it doesn't matter if you provide the name or not. I am not going to worry about that. But now it says, hey, you don't have the path, you don't have the views. Okay, so view is easy to get because the urls.py file and views.py file is inside the same directory called books. So I can simply say from dot, that means the same directory, import view. Is it view or views? I think it's views. Yeah, so we need to use views. So here also views. Now, what about this path? So I'm not sure about the path, so I need to refer to this urls.py of bookstore, and to get the path, we just need to use the from Django URLs import path. I can say from Django.urls import path. That's done. So we have defined a simple path or a route which says whenever you go to the /book, we will load this response. Cool. And this is how they have written here also. What if I try to run the server? So server is already running. Let's go to the localhost 8000. That's we have. Go to the /book. Nothing happened. Why? Because see what it says. It says you have only one pattern for admin, and this application is only going to look inside bookstore.urls. It doesn't know that there is a new app called books. So how we tell our project that there is a books app available? For that, you need to go to the bookstore, go to the settings, and then here just define, and it is books. That's it. So save this settings.py, close it, and let's restart the server. And one more time, if we try, still it's looking into the bookstore.url. So what I am getting is like the project, the Django project is always going to look into the bookstore urls.py. So what we can do, whatever URLs we have defined inside the books app, we can load these URLs or these path into the urls.py of bookstore. So understand this. I'm going to load the URL pattern from book app to bookstore project. There's a difference. Book app, this is bookstore project. How we do that? Once again, go to the documentation and here we are. You can see my site urls.py. Here, use the path, define your route and include whatever your app.urls. And we can get the include from URLs. Okay, if you're not understanding, let's go. Let's try this. So I'm going to clear everything so that it's not going to distract us. Now, what we need next? We need the path, and we need a path for slash maybe, and then we need to include, and we need to import include from URLs obviously, and give a comma so that it will be added. Now next, here we need to say our app name is books. Inside books, go to the URLs. Is it right? Yes. So since we have registered our path or URL pattern from book app into the bookstore project, let's see, is it going to work now? Okay, so I think something happened. Okay, cannot import name HTTP response from Django HTTP. Wow, this is nice. Although we are getting this error, but this is nice that by doing this, it is reaching to the views. This is exactly we need. So we are doing something wrong here. Is that HTTP response? Let me just copy everything. Oh, the spelling of response was incorrect. Now this is good. So server has restarted. If I reload, I'm getting another error. Although everything is fine, but still it's not able to load. Why? Because we are saying /book and the pattern is only having slash and admin. So what we can do inside this URLs, we can just say slash, and inside this urls.py of bookstore, we can say books or simply book and slash. That means I say book and then that going to prefixed to every URL of book app. Reload. Now we have a book and this should load, which is not loading. What if I just say dot here or say nothing here? Okay, that's having some difficulties. Okay, let's have this and remove this slash from here. Yeah, that's working. Amazing, amazing. And we can just say nothing here. So that should also work, which is not working. And then we can have the slash. Yes, so you can see that it's just a pattern you follow. Either you provide the slash here and then doesn't provide anything if this is a base URL, or you can provide a slash here and remove the slash from here. So this is just your preference, and this is how we register our app, and you can start using it. So what we did, let's recap everything. So we have created a view which is going to return this text. To link this view with a route, we created a URL pattern for the base route and returning this view. But this URL pattern is for the book app. We need to first include that book app URLs pattern into the bookstore project URL pattern like this. Also, we need to inform our project that, hey project, we have an app called books. This is a simple 3-step we did for now, and let's now move to the next topic. Till now we have created this route or URL, maybe you call it, called book. And here we are saying hello books app. And we are returning this text from this books and views.py. Here we are saying HTTP response with a text. It is hard coded. We never want to hard code anything and return it. We always want any kind of file. Basically, we want to return a HTML file. How we do that? Whenever the question comes, how? Answer lies in the documentation. So let's click on the documentation for the Django. We have covered this first one where we have the installation and creating the application or app. But if you go to the second part, they are describing about the database, but I don't want to go into the database so early. So I will go to the third part. So let's go at the bottom, click on the third part. And here they are describing about views, the templates, how we use them. So everything is there. And I am going to explain you from the documentation point of view, because every time you have any question, the answer lies in the documentation. Very important thing. So how we return a HTML file? So instead of HTTP response, generally we use, or we have actually used HTTP response. Instead of that, we need to use this shortcut or Django shortcuts, import render, and this render method first take the request, second the HTML file we have, and third the context. So we don't have to care about the context for now, but let's see how we create the index, where we create the index.html, and how we return it. Okay, so here on this books app, I need to create a directory called templates. Okay, now inside this I'm going to create a file called index.html. Very simple. Yeah, here I'm going to use the shortcut for VS Code to create a markup for this HTML and Django course. Here I say h1 and Django books app. Done. Now it's time to return this HTML file. Now here, which is the view for books, we are returning HTTP response, but we don't want this. So we can remove this import, and by default Django provides us this render. So that's very nice. And now let's use this render. See, render first asks for request, then it asks for the template name. That's easy. We have the request and we know the template is index.html. Why directly index.html? Because Django knows whenever we try to return or render any template, Django knows that, hey, if you are inside this view, that means you are talking about any template which must be inside this templates directory. And that's it. That's done. Let's go and reload this page. Cool. We have a Django books app. HTML is returned directly from our views. That's it. Yes. But what happens if you have multiple applications or apps? Suppose you have an author app. Then obviously you are going to create a template, and inside that you should have an index.html. And the name could clash, and if you going to return the view for books app from, let's say, from the global or from other places, that should create some problem because of the naming system, because we could have various index.html. That's why actually they are suggesting that you should create the folder inside the template folder of the same name of the app. So we have a polls app, then we are creating the templates obviously, but inside templates we are going to create another directory called polls. Inside then we have an index. Why they are using it, I explained you, but if you want to deep dive, this is the real explanation. You can read it from this documentation. So what next we have to do? We have to create another directory called books. Inside that I need to move this index.html, and this name and the app name must be same. Okay, now we can say books.html. Why? Because I told you, when you say render is going to look into the same app for the templates directory, then it should find the file, and that file is inside books/index.html. This is going to work absolutely fine. That's right, we have done that. Amazing. But what next? So what is the role of the third argument? So if I give comma, it says, is there any context? By default it's none, but we can provide the context, simply saying we want to send some data to our HTML so that we can use it. So I say context is equal to, let's say name is Sarthak, and let's pass this context. It's very easy. Now what next we have to do? But before that, I just want to refresh this. Yeah, everything is right, no error, so that's fine. Now go to index.html, and here just below it I use the h3 tag, no worries, and then I want to use or show the name which having the value of Sarthak. So how we can use it? We can use the double curly braces. Inside that we just need to give the variable name. So this is a dictionary, and when we go here we can say that this is a key and the value is Sarthak. So we should expect that after this Django book app we should get the Sarthak as the name. Reload. Yes, we have the Sarthak, and this is proving that how we send the data from the views to our templates. Since we are returning the HTML, let's now work with real data, and that data we can pass from this context. Now instead of passing name, I want to pass book, and this should have another dictionary called title, and there's a nice book for Django called The Definite Guide to Django. So I can copy the title from there, paste it here. Then I need thumbnail URL. Okay, and this thumbnail URL we can copy that from here. So let's copy the image address and let's use like this. Okay, and I'm not inside this PHP, so I need to use colon here. Okay, so this is nice, and we need to use comma. Okay, next what we can have, it's okay I think. Okay, now let's go to the index.html file, and here I want to show first, let's remove this, or I can simply say programming books, and then I can say book.title. Let's see this. Reload. It's reloaded. Yeah, programming books. First one is definite guide to Django, and instead of h3 I want to use p tag. Yes. Next, just below this I want to have an image tag where I want to give source as book.thumbnail URL. So thumbnail URL like this. Okay, and that's great, but it's too heighted, so width should be, let's say 200 pixel only. It's still high, 100. Yeah, so with original like this, yes, it is 100, so I think 200 was good. Yes, very nice. So we have a book and we have the title. Amazing. So this is very nice thing, but you know, this data should come from the database, but we have not learned about the database. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use a JSON file. So we have this books.json. I have copied some data from internet. So we have 10 different books here. Okay, and we have lots of information for each book, and we need to import this data and see how we can do that. So first, import, or I can simply say import JSON. This library is going to help us. So I can say book data, books data is equal to, first we need to open this file and we need to give the file path. And how we get that? We can copy this path, paste it like this. That's done. Then what next? Next we need to say real data is equal to json.loads, and we provide the books data. Finally, what we have to do here, we can in this context we can pass data as data. So let's check the server for any error. Yes, there is error. What happened? Oh, so I need to say dot read. So open it and read it. Then let's restart the server. Okay, so no error. That means if I go reload the page, and we are not having anything. Why? Because here we are using book.title and book is not available, because now we have a data, or we can call it books. That will be nice. But what we want to loop through all the books we have. We have 10 books, and then we want to show the title and the thumbnail URL. For that, once again, documentation is your friend. Whenever you want any kind of looping system, you need to find how you can use the loop in Django. So whenever you have to find something, you can search here. So I want to find something related to template. So first I search for template, then I get the result. But if we are if we need to find something specific, then you can go to the APIs. So this is an API reference, remember this? Yeah. And now in this API reference, we have various things, but we need the tags. So we can go to the built-in tag reference, and here we have all the tag reference, if, for, filter, block, everything. And we are interested in for. This is kind of for loop. Now see this. They are using this curly braces, then percentage sign for something in your original list. Let's try to use this syntax. So I say curly brace, percentage sign, and here I say for book in books. Is it right? I believe yes, for books, book in books. And whenever we open this tag, we need to close it also. So something like this, and for, is it right? Yes, so we need to close it. And then since we have the book now from the books collection or the context we have, now let's see what's the result. Reload, and yeah, we have lots of book, and yes, we have successfully loaded book from the JSON data we have, and this is really amazing. Now what next? In the next episode, I'm going to use the Tailwindcss to style this properly, and then we will move forward in the database system. So we have this books, but we want to style it. So a couple of minutes is not related to Django, it's related to Tailwindcss. I want to use Tailwindcss. You can use Bootstrap if you like, but that's personal preference. So I will go to the installation, and at the bottom I can find the link CDN. Yeah, here we have, and I can add this on the heading tag, and now this is going to be easy thing. So if I reload, you can see everything is now restyled. So first thing first, I can have 0 zoom. So zoom is not there. That means now first programming books should be at the center. So I can give a class of text center and text 3XL. So it should be very bigger. Yeah, nice. So yes, we can have a section, and I can provide the section this Still not working. Oh, so maybe padding is going to work. Really? Okay, I think there's some issue with the CDN, I believe. No issues, so we can proceed with this. So yeah, we have this book, and now all the books should be in a same line. Okay, so there are various ways to do that, but what I'm using is a grid thing. Okay, so create a div, and this div is going to have grid of, let's say, 4. Is it going to work? If it is not working, I can search here for grid. Oops, grid like this, and grid of rows. So here it says if you have lots of things, it will be in a single line. So you can think about this like here. So grid call 3 and gap. Okay, so grid calls 4, I want 4, and gap of 4. Let's now see. Yeah, so this is good. So we have some issues. Okay, the issue is we need to put the title and the image in a single tab, single div, so that the grid is holding full div in a row. Okay, so I think there's some issue, and issue is, yeah, so this div should be here. Okay, like this. Reload. Nice, we have everything here. Now everything should be at the center. So if I inspect this, you will see that there's a space behind or on the right side of this. So image and title should be at the center. So let's provide justify self at the center. Yes, this is working. Okay, so let's go, and for each internal div we can provide justify self at the center. Yeah, everything is at the center. So this is the way we can define and we can actually style things in our Django using Tailwind CSS. I just want to give margin top as 10. So yes, it is good. Now what next? Next, I want to design it in a very beautiful way, because that will take time. So I don't want to waste your time in a Django course for Tailwind. So next episode, we will have the design ready. Now the next thing we need to do is, when we click on a single image, we should open a new tab and show the detail of that image. So for that, I have added the anchor tag, and this anchor tag is not going anywhere. But we want to move to like book and slash the ID of the book. So it should be like, see this, slash book slash, let's say 1. Okay, so if I go this and click on the first one, you can see now it's going to the book slash 1. We are not handling this URL, so that's why we are getting this error. And also I want to open this in a new tab, so I can say target is equal to underscore blank. So every time I click, it's opening on the new tab. Cool. Next, let's handle this one, this URL pattern. How we do that? Okay, so I said how. That means time to go to the documentation. And this is related to template. So click on the third one, which is the views and template. At the very bottom, you will find a URL pattern. So here's the URL pattern. We can define with the angle brackets, and then first we need to find the type, and then what we want to call it. So we want to pass the ID. This is the simple path we need to define. But where? As we know, inside our books app, we have a URLs. Here we just give a comma, then a path, then here I need angle bracket, then define the type with a colon sign. I say this is the ID. But next we need to say where we want to target or which view we want to return. So let's create a new view called show. Actually it's a show.html. So inside template we have a books. Inside books I'm going to create show.html. For now I'm going to copy everything from here so that I can have the heading tag and everything. So inside the show I paste it. Now I close the index.html, and here I should remove all these things, and here we are going to provide the title of the book. So title comes here, and then we provide a description. So if you open the JSON file, we have the description, short description, we have a long description. Okay, so we will show both of them. So it's like short description. Okay, but next point is, yeah, we have this, but we need to combine. We need to go to the show inside the views. So let's go into the views. We just have an index method. So let's create another called show. And whenever you are defining you can say dynamic route or dynamic path which is accepting the ID, then you must accept the ID here after this request. Now we are not going to return the books index, we are going to return books.show with a context we will change later. But for now, let's see, is it going to work or not? So if I reload, yes, we have a title and we have a short description. Amazing. This is looking good. What if I try to open another book? Okay, so we have an issue that we are hard coding the ID as 1 inside our index.html. See this. Now, instead of this, I actually can say book.id, because our JSON data has ID. Every book has some ID. So href is having /book/ whatever the ID of the book. Now if I reload this page and click on the second one, now it has 2 at the top. That's mean in the URL. Okay, the final task is we need to grab this ID which we are already having, where inside the views, inside the show method, after request we have this ID. We can use this ID to filter out our data to just return a book, not books. Okay, so how we do that? I can say single book is a new list. Okay, then I can say for book in, it's like actually data. So this is the data. So book in data. Now I say like if book ID is equal to the ID we get from the URL, then we say single book is equal to the book we are looping through. Okay, so that should be with like here. Nice. And then finally we just say single book. Is there any error? No error. Is there any error here? No error. That means we get the book on our show.html, and we simply say double curly braces book.title. Is it going to work? Amazing, it's working. That's nice. So we can simply say here one more time book.short description. Cool. And we should have a long description also. Long description. Yes, we have that, and we can copy the image we have inside our index.html so that I can put that image here. Yes, okay, that's great. Now we have some couple of more data, like page count we can show that. Then we have the authors. Okay, so first let's show the page count. Book.page count, and that's it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to style this thing and add the authors also, and then come back to move into the journey of Django. Now let's dig into the template tags and filters. So here I have little design. You can see the images on the left side and some things, but yeah, some of them are not having the about, or maybe some doesn't have this description. Maybe that could be the case, but what I want to tell you is, see, this author is a list. If you go to the JSON file, every author, because it could be authors, is a list of different authors. So what exactly we want to do, we want to not show it as a list, but show it as a string with a comma separated. So yes, in Python we know that if we have this kind of list, so let's say if we create a new Python shell, so Python and list one is this, and I can say space dot join list one, hit enter. You can see now it has joined with the space, and if I say comma, and now it has done with a comma. Let's try to do this thing on our Django template. So we have this show here, we are showing the books.authors. So let's try this. So I want to have comma space dot join for this list. If I refresh this page, we are getting this error, and this error is saying some weird thing. It says, what you are doing, I don't know. Why is this? Because this is not exactly a Python thing. Here we are doing Django. This means we need to go to the documentation once again, go to the search for template, and we need to go again to the template API reference once again, but this time we want some built-in filters. And here you can see, if I search for list, lots of list, but the important one I'm looking for is join. So see, this string dot join, we can use this one, and filter is your list, pipe sign, with a pipe sign, join, and whatever the join you want to provide. Let's try this. So instead of doing all these things, we have the list with a pipe sign. I can say join, then colon, and I want to have a comma and a space. Let's try this thing. And yes, it is working, and yes, we have 3 authors with comma separated, and this is really amazing that last one doesn't have it. Cool. So this is, we solved, and it's now available for everyone. So yeah, if we have a comma, that means there are more than 1 authors. Next thing is, I want to show, as I told you, we are doing some template thing here on the index.html. I have created this anchor tag, and inside this href I say book/id. No issue with that, but there is a better way of doing this. Once again, go to the documentation and simply search for template. When you search for template, go to the API reference, but this time go to the built-in tag. If you go in the built-in tag, on the right side you can search and find for URL. What this will going to do, when you define with this tag, that URL tag we are going to use, and here you provide the name of the URL. Remember, if you open the URLs for book, as a third argument we can provide name, and name could be anything we want. So it should be like all book, or books.all, or book.all, simple. Okay, so we have some issue, so we have done here, I think, no, okay, no issues. So here it's given, so name is equal to, and not colon. Okay, so now we have defined it. Similarly, we can define here name is equal to book.show. Any name, any kind of naming convention you use. I use book and then what that URL is doing. Let's once again go to the index, and here now I want to replace this with the URL tag we have just learned. So it should be the URL and then the name and then the value if that URL required. So yes, book.show required ID. Cool. Now I say remove that, and instead of double curly I have to use this percentage sign used when we want some template tags. So we are using a URL tag, and then we want to provide book.show, and finally we want to provide book.id. Okay, so let's try this and reload. Yes, it is working. Cool. Everywhere we have done that, and if I refresh, yes, everything is working absolutely fine. So I have explained you that everything is available inside the documentation. So go search for template, go to the API reference, and you can find it various things. You can find filters here also. Is there any join filter here? Yeah, it's there, join, but the built-in filter reference is more good. Okay, fine, let's move to the Django. It's now time to see the database related thing in Django. So first ever thing, if you go on the Books app, we have this migrations directory which is having init file to make it a Python package, but apart from this it's empty. Now what we have to do, there is a models.py file, and here we define the model. And what is a model? Okay, so see, whenever you want to communicate with the database, then you must have various tables inside the database. Okay, now every model you create is going to interact with the table it has addressed. So suppose I create a, let's say I create a books or simple book model, then this book model is responsible for communicating with the books table. So it's called object relational mapping, ORM, and that ORM is provided in the Django. It is very useful. Why? Because it doesn't care if you are using SQLite database, if you are using MySQL or PostgreSQL, that ORM will take care about the database connection. So that's everything is given here inside the documentation. I told you documentation is the most important thing, and if you go to this model and the admin side, we will get everything we want. So first thing, where or from where Django know that hey, we are going to use this SQLite database. So this is actual project, Bookstore project, and then we have a settings.py. In this settings.py, if you scroll down, we have defined this databases. Default one is our SQLite, db.sqlite, which is inside the root of the project. Similarly, if you want, you can define different other type of database, but we are going to use SQLite. That's very important thing, which is again given here. Now, the next important thing is it's saying that you have to run this migrate command. But before running that, what exactly we have to do or we are going to do can be seen if we can connect this SQLite database with our table plus. That means whatever will happen inside the SQLite database, we can see here. So now this database is empty for now, but now let's run PA, that means py actually, manage.py, and here I'm going to run migrate. Let's see what's going to happen, because we have not done anything, we are just going to run this. Okay, once we ran this, first it says applying all the migrations for admin, auth, content types, and sessions, and bunch of other migrations, applying, and everything is okay. So if you refresh this database, you will find all these tables are available here in the database. That's amazing. But then the question comes, from where we are getting all these things? So I can show you one thing. If you go to the settings.py, here we have installed apps, and we have all these installed apps. Okay, this is the place where Django goes and say that, okay, this is an app. Is there any migration left for migrating? Okay, so it says no, then it's going to migrate. So same for everyone. Now this books doesn't have any migration. You know that this books app migration directory is empty. So Python is going to say, okay, you don't have anything, so how can I migrate things? So what's the next thing is, we need to create a new migration. Let's go and once again type python manage.py. If I hit enter, I will able to see two different commands related to migration. One is obviously migrate, we have seen that, which creates the database table inside our database. Second is make migration. So what this is going to do, for that I'm going to get the help. So get the help. It says that you can specify the name, or simply what this command is doing, it create new migrations for app. Now what is migrations? Migration is simply saying the schema or the structure of your table. So how we can create, and what if I run this? Let's try to run this thing. It is going to be amazing. Oh, it's not amazing. It says no changes detected. Why? Because every time you run this make migration, it will go into every app you have. It will then go into the models directory of each app, and then it will see that if there is any model, it will going to create the migration for that model. So since we don't have any model, let's now create a model. And how we can create a model? We just need to create a Python class, and whatever we want to give the name for the table, we give the name as here. So I want to create a book table, and here I need to accept models.model. Then the important thing comes. What are the fields you want to have in your book table? So we have seen that we are using this books.json, and we have various fields, but for now what I'm going to do, I'm going to say just title. But then we need to define this title is having what type. Is it a numeric type? Is it a text type? Is it a boolean? What kind of type is? For that we can use models dot, and whenever we say models dot, it will provide all the information, all the type we can use. We are interested in a text type or simply string type. So there is no string, but there is a char type, char field. Okay, that's done, but it says that then you need to define some argument. Now I don't know what argument I have to define. So what we have to do next? Yes, you guys did right. We need to go to the documentation. Let's go to the documentation, and whenever you don't know where to search, like previously we know that we need to search for template, but now what we are going to search, we don't know anything. So for that, go to the documentation and then go to the topic wise help. Okay, now topic guide, you can go, and here you will find, okay, what we can go, where we can go actually. Okay, so we are doing something in models. So let's try to check the models. Inside the models, we have, yes, we have field types, field options. Nice. And there is actually a documentation for model field reference. Okay, so this is actual thing we need, model field reference. And here we are. We can see on the right side, we have all the list of different type of model fields we can use. And we are interested in char field. So let's go and I can search here. So it will be from C, so A, B and C, char field. Nice. It says that you have to define the max length for the char field. Otherwise, what if you try to run this migrations? This is going to say make migration actually. Hit it. It says no detected because I haven't forgot to save this file. So I saved it. Now if I run it, it says, hey, you have some mistake. Char fields or char field, whatever you want to call, must define a max length. And that's we get from the documentation. Cool, let's define it. So char field is going to have max length of 256. That's good. And now let's run once again. Woohoo! Now we have something. It says migrations for books, which is created inside book migrations and 001 something. So now we have this migrations directory, which is having this 001 initial.py, which is actually defining the structure, or I can say schema of your table. That's amazing. And you never have to manually change anything inside the migrations. So now what if I want to say I want to migrate it? So Python manage.py, instead of migrations, I will say migrate. Now since our book app is having some migrations, it's going to check and see that, okay, this migration is not applied, so it will going to apply it. Run it. Congratulations, you have created the first migration and a table in the database. But the table is actually prefixed with the app name, so it's like books_book, which is having ID added by default, and title we have defined. So this is the way we start with the databases and creating migration, and especially creating the model, because this is very important. Now next, what if we want to change something here? Because we don't just want the title, we also want various things. Now let's add some more fields into this book model so that when we migrate, we should add more fields. Is it going to work? Let's try. So first I'm going to open books.json, because here we can see we need the page count, which is going to be the integer kind of thing. So I search for integer. Yes, integer fields is there. And for now, I think it doesn't need anything. And we can search here. So integer field doesn't have any required information. Cool. Next, we need the thumbnail URL. Okay, so thumbnail URL. And this is going to be the char field. So I can copy that. Next is going to be the short description, which is same char field, but the long description is going to have a text field. So I can search for text field, which is here, and again a text field. Let's search for text field. It doesn't have any required optional field, or required field actually. Okay, so we have done that, and we have changed something inside our model. Is it going to detect it by the make migration? Let's try. So Python manage.py make migration. Why? We already have the migration, so why we are making another migration? Let's try to run this and see what's going to happen. If I hit enter, we get this error. It's simply saying that, hey, you are trying to add a new field to your existing table called long description, but what is going to happen for the old data? So suppose we have some data here, and since we are adding new field and we are not providing it as a nullable, so we should provide something for the previous data we have. And this is not going to happen when you create the table first time, because at that time it doesn't matter if you have nullable or not. So how we can solve this? Simply say null is equal to true. That's amazing. Once again, this is for the page count also. So whatever the field we have added, if this doesn't have any nullable, or we can provide the default, actually we can provide the default as 0. Thumbnail URL, this also has to be nullable to true, otherwise we will not able to add it. So null, true, null and true. Okay, amazing. Once again, run python manage.py make migration. And this time it says migration for book migration, and it has created another migration called 0002 auto and something, which is adding these fields. That means for the updation. When we create the make migration, so if I hit it once again, it's not going to have anything because there is no changes. So when we run this command, it's just going to create the migrations file. It's not going to create or not going to update your table or a database. Okay, so let's see this one second, which is now added. It says migration.add field. So this is going to update your table and add a new column of these things. Cool. So what next? As we know, we need to say python manage.py, and this time migrate. Run it, and it says applying migration for this thing and applying all migration. Obviously there is only one update. Now if you reload, yep, you can see now we have a long description, page count, short description, and thumbnail. Everything is there. That means our table is updated because we have created the model from where everything is connected. From this model, this migration is created. From this migration, this table is created. This is how we actually update our migration model and the database table. Now, since we have this model, we have the updated table, how we can add the data inside this? Yes, we need to create something, or we can use the Django admin. We will use this later, but for now, I am going to introduce you with a shell. If you search for Python 3, or I can use my alias py, this is a shell for Python. So you can do all Python related things, but you can also create, or you can also have actually not create, manage.py. There is a shell, and this is a shell similar to Python shell, but this is for the Django also. So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to check from this model. I'm going to use the model, or you can say Django ORM technique, to fetch the data and to create new data into the database. Let's try one by one. First we need to import, so from book.models, because we have a book app, inside that we have a models file. Inside models file we have a class called book with a capital B. So I need to say import capital B book. So okay, so that is imported, but it says something from books.models import book. And the issue is simply we need to say it's books.models. Cool. So that's done. Now I say like data is equal to book, which is the model we have imported, just dot all. This is a simple thing, but is it going to work, or do we have to have something else? Let's try one by one. So it says okay, there's nothing all kind of thing. So first actually what we have to do, we have to say whatever the book model is there, I want to get the objects of it. Objects simply refer to the data inside the database. But which data you want? I want all the data. That's great. So you can see nothing is there because everything is stored inside this data. And now if I say data, it's a query set of empty. That means we don't have anything inside the database, and that's true. Now, how do we create new data? Simple thing, new book is equal to create a new instance of book where I'm going to provide title as my first book, and since all other things are either having default value or nullable, we can leave everything else and we can just say hit enter. Now the query is stored in new book. if you say new book, it says this is a book object, but this is not yet stored into the database. Why? Because now we need to say new book dot save. We need to save this thing. Now we have done that. That means inside our database we have a new entry and everything is either nullable or default value, which is 0 for page count. This means now if I go and get the data, try to print the data. Yes, this time it says query set is having object how many? 1. That's amazing. So let's just quickly create another one, my second book. And one more time, new book dot save. This time I'm going to get all and print the data, and you can see now we have 2. So let's quit this and let's go to the documentation and see where actually all these things are given. Remember, documentation, go to the topic guides. Here we have a model, and here you will find everything related to model. But remember, this is not a model thing. We need to go to the making queries. Here we have the making queries. So that means we know that, okay, this is how we create, we make our queries. So here on the right side, everything is given. So what if you want to create new object? Click here and you get to this point. Import the model just like we did and define all the fields and just hit save. What if you want to save changes to object? That's done. Retrieving all object, that's cool. We already did that. Entry, that means object, then the model, then the object, and then all. Now what if I want to get a specific one that is having some filter or where condition? So now here we have, it's very easy. Once again, we have a model, then objects, then filter, and then define which field you want to filter with some value. Let's try this one also. So we have created 2 data for my first book, my second book. I want to get the data. So go to the shell once again from books.models, import book with a capital B, and then I say I want to get the first data. Okay, so similar to this, similar to the documentation we have seen here, we just need to say model dot objects dot, this time I'm going to say filter with the title, and title is my first book with a space. Okay, let's try. And if I say first data, now it says book object having 1. You can not only just get from the title, you can also find by ID. So ID is 1, I think. Yes. And if I hit it, yeah, once again we get 1 entry. Now what if we provide something which doesn't exist? So it says ID 10. Now query set is empty, obviously. We know that. So this is how you can get all the things related to Django query thing. And here we have now retrieving single model with get. So you can also get with the primary key. So let's try this one also. I want to, instead of filter, I want to say get with the ID of 10, and which doesn't exist. So it says books.book dot does not exist, book doesn't, query doesn't exist. What happened? So entry object get pk1. Okay, so that should be pk1 primary key. So pk1, and yeah, we get the data like this. What if I say pk10? We get error that hey, it's not available. But instead I believe the filter is nice. So here it's given comparison between the filter and the get. So there's a difference between filter and get with a slice of 0. There's no result matching. Get will result in does not exist exception. So it raises the exception when you don't have that data. But filter give you 0 slice, that means 0 I can say the data is not there. Okay, so this is how we query and do everything related to the query, and we will spend time here more. So let's now move to the next topic. Now, since we have the data in our database, let's now try to really fetch the data and show on our front page, that means on the HTML. Okay, let's try this. So first we need to go to our views, because here is the views where we send the data to our index file, index.html, or simply HTML file. So now, since we are not using this JSON data, so I can totally remove this and also remove the import of JSON. But this time I need the, let's have it for the single book, and when we get rid of both places, then we remove it. Okay, so first I want the data from the DB. So I can say DB data is equal to, I know I need the book model, so I have to import it. So from books.models, import capital B book. This is the model, and we know how to query. .objects.all, this is exactly we want, and simply DB data we have passed, and this becomes amazingly easy. You have seen that we just added one line and then that's done. Let's reload this page. Cool, now we have this title, we have the image which is not available, no issues. But what if we click here? We still get the data from the JSON, because here on the show part also we need to query according to the ID we have here. So as I told you, first I have to remove this JSON thing, so I can remove that, remove the import, and now we get the error, so we can get rid of that also. And I say single book, and this time once again book dot, and then we need to say objects dot, and we can use a get to have pk is equal to whatever the ID we are passing. Then I can have the single book, I already have that. So now reload this page, and yeah, we have the data, but obviously these data are not available. But yes, we can see the first book title is there. If I try to get the third one, we are having it. Now what if we give a wrong ID? Since we are using the get, we are having this does not exist. But if we filter it out, like if we say filter ID as the given ID, then if I refresh here, it's not showing anything, title is missing. Okay, that's understandable. But what if I refresh here? It's not even there. Why? Because this actually return a type of collection, or not a single thing, it's a query set. So we only want the single book, not the collection or not the query set. So at last, when we filter, so see, currently we are searching for or filtering with ID. What if we filter by like page count? So maybe it could be there like 2 or more book can have 200 pages. So that's why we finally need to say we want the first result from this filtering. After that, if I refresh here, yes, we are back with the first book, but what about the 20th ID? Reload. We still not having this title, because this is actually returning empty set, and empty set means nothing is there, so no complaint but no data also. That's why it's always recommended that you have to use the get, so that if there is some issue like this, the ID is not available, then you get this error. Now this error is very ugly, so we will do about this later. But for now, you can see everything is messed up because we don't have the proper data. What I'm going to do, I'm going to fill these JSON data into our database, and then we will come back. So I have quickly manually added all these data. So now you can see we have these 2 books obviously, and we can click, we can get the details just like before. But still, we need something to add more data. That's how we need to introduce with the Django admin section. Now let's learn about the admin section in Django. So yes, we can go to the documentation, and here the part 2 model and the admin site. Let's go here. If you scroll down, or maybe you can go from the right side section, here we have introduction to admin, Django admin. Click there, and to get started with admin section, we can just create a super user. But before doing this, let's go to the code, and here I can show you that inside our settings.py we have this app called Django contrib admin. This is provided by obviously Django, so you have this admin. And remember when we have ran this migrate command, so what it did, it created various table inside our database, and we have Django admin log and some other things. So now let's start with our creating the super user. So in our manage.py we have a auth related thing which is called create super user, and once again that is an app. Auth related is an app, and we have some auth user group, permission, these kind of table inside the database. So finally let's run create super user. Once I hit it, it's going to ask you for your name or username. If you are not giving anything, it's going to use Sarthak. So let's have it. Now email address sarthak@bitfilms.com. Finally password is let's say password, and once again password. Okay, it says password is too common. That's okay for now, so I say yes. Super user created successfully. That's good. And if you see on our database, in the user we have a new user, we have a random password which is encrypted, we have a username Sarthak, email, and date joined. This means if you go on localhost 8000 our Django and go to /admin, here we have a Django administration or Django admin login page. Here we can simply provide our username which is Sarthak, and password is password. Hit login, and yes, you have successfully logged into the Django admin. Amazing, this is so easy. And you can see we have this header, then on the right side it's given welcome Sarthak. Then go to the view site, that means localhost 8000, which doesn't have any page, no issues. Then change password, we can change the password, and finally log out. Here we have some authentication related things like how many users you have. You can add user. Now since this user, the Sarthak, is a super user, he can add other admins here. Similarly, you can add some group and permissions, things are there. But how we can use this thing, like what is the use of this admin or Django admin? Once again, when you have the question, answer lies in the documentation. After completing this, you need to now set or add your model into the admin. How you can do that? Go to the admin.py file inside your app, import your model, and say admin site.register. Let's go and try it. We have this books app. Inside that we have this admin.py, and here we first need to import from books.models, importing book model. That's done. Now I say we already have this admin, so I say admin.site.register. Okay, and okay, so we have a shortcut. Okay, inside this I just say book. Let's save this file. Once we save this file, we can go to the admin section. Let's zoom it for you. Reload this page, and now you can see we have a books app. Inside this books app, we have a books model. And if you go here, you can see it's directly related to our database. Yes, we have one book called Android in Action. So I can say localhost 8000/book. And yeah, so we have this one, Android in Action, unlocking Android. So let's go here. The first one is this, unlocking Android. So it's sorted by latest first. So this is the way we can get started with the Django admin. What next? Next, we need to see how we can create some more books in our books table, and how we can do all the CRUD related things. Okay, so let's create a new book. So I will just click on this add book icon. When you click on that, you will see this kind of form. But how Django admin know that there is a field, and fields are having a specific type? This title is a text type. Then this page count is a numeric type, and this long text is a text field. How we know that, or how Django know that? It know from the model. Remember, in our admin.py, we have registered this model, and this is the way Django admin know that, oh, there is a model called book, and this model has various fields. So I can show you by changing something. What if I change this title to text field? Just for now, I'm not going to migrate it, just for showing you. If I refresh this page, you can see now the title is changed into a text field instead of a char field or simple text field. I can say this is a text area and this is a simple text field. Cool. So now let's grab our JSON file and now really add the third item or third book we already have in our system. So we have a 2, then we have a directly 4. Okay, no issues. So title comes here, and page count is 276. It's 576 actually. Thumbnail is this one, and short description doesn't have short description. So what I will do for now, I will paste this one and copy little text from here and paste it in short description. And now there's 3 options for save. You can click on save, which obviously going to save it, or if you want to save the state and then continue editing, that means it's not going to redirect you somewhere. So if you just click save, it says yeah, it's now saved, but you can still edit something if you want. If you click on save and another, then it will going to empty this out, and obviously the third one is added. Now you can go and add another one. So let's try to add this one. So here we have, and 600. Now it's a book, bigger book. Thumbnail is this one. Once again, this doesn't have the short description, so no worries. We are going to cut this long description and have something from here into short description. This time I'm going to just say save, and it's actually redirecting you to here. And now we have all these books. That's amazing. And if you want to remove anything, just click and select delete and click on go. But I don't want to delete, but I want to edit this. So just go and you can obviously edit this. So suppose I want to say this is going to be 601, and I just say save, go back, see it is here. This means now if I go to localhost 8000/book like this, we should see 4, and exactly we have 4 different books here, and that's having its own detail. And now you can see 601 pages is reflecting here. Okay, that's great. Now let's go, and one more thing is there. We have a history, and we can see there is a change, and who has changed it, the username, and what action, that user has done. So everything is recorded in a timeline, so timeline of changes. Okay, final is you can see this book object 1, book object 2. What is this book object? I don't want this. I really want to have the real title on this book. So how we can do that? For that, remember, everything is coming from this book model. So actually this is because we are having, or the Django is having, first the app name, then it has the object, and then the primary key, I believe. So what if I try to create one? So this is a test one. I'm going to save it. Okay, so it required all these fields, so let's just put these field as filled, save it. Okay, so this is a fifth one which is now having a test. Now I'm going to delete this one, so it says yes, I'm sure. And one more time I'm going to say test, and why I'm doing this, I'm going to show you like this here. Now you can see we are not having the fifth one because fifth ID is automatically deleted, and the database follows the convention. Even if you have deleted, that ID will never going to recreate it. So that's why we have 6 directly after 4. So we don't want once again this. How we can change it? So on the model, we have this class book, which is our model. We have to define a function, and it is actually overriding the str function we have on Python. So this is basically returning this thing, super and underscore str underscore, and calling that one. So how we can change it? We just need to say self dot, or I can show you one thing. So let's just remove this first, and now I'm going to open the Django shell, and here I'm going to import the book model. Then I will say book, call this, and call this str function. See, book object none, because this is an instance. What if I say first book, and I say book dot objects dot I want the first one. So first book is there, and here we can see book object 1, or if you say underscore str, this one is giving this, and that's how we actually get these names. So now I'm going to have self dot title returning inside this function. So I'm overriding this str function and returning this self dot title. Okay, so now once again, if you try this, okay, I think I need to quit and re-enter this. So here we have first book, book dot objects dot first. So first book dot str, and what happened? Okay, so that's small s. Yeah, so this is now giving you the title. Okay, so since we have added this, if you now refresh, like here, yep, you can see we have this. If you want, you can prefix with the primary key also, like self.id, and then I can use the f string actually, so that I have like this. Cool. Now if I refresh this, yep, we have the ID and we have this title. Amazing. So this is how we play with a Django admin. So next, let's move on to our book model. So now let's solve the issue, and before that, let's remove this one. So let's go to Django admin. Password is password, and I want to delete this sixth one. So yes. Okay, so now if you open any book, that's good, we are getting these things. But what if I change the ID? So I want the ID 20. This doesn't exist, and we are getting this error page. Instead of this error page, actually I want to have a 404, it's not found page. Okay, so how we can do that? See, whenever we are fetching, so when we go to views, we are fetching all the data. No, we are fetching single data. Then if we are not getting this data, then Django is returning data not found or model not found, I think. So once again, go to the shell and I can say from books dot models dot import book, and here I say first is equal to book dot objects dot get, and getting the 20th one, and now it should return some different thing. What happened? Okay, I think I have to type primary key as 20. Now we get does not exist, so this error or exception is raised. We can handle this by try catch, but there's a way available in the documentation. So if you go on the third one, so once again start from the documentation, we get the basic steps, and we have a third one for the view, and here on the right side you can see we have a raising a 404 error. So click there, and now it says whenever you try to use get and does not exist occur, does not exist exception is raised, you can just raise your own exception called SMTP 404 and you can say whatever you want. That's very easy. So let's try. So first we need to say try and try catch. Alright, that's good. Try, and in the try we want to try to do this thing like here. Okay, finally what we have to do, we have to accept. So if there is an exception, so I say accept, and it should move. Why it's not moving? It should move here. And now if there is an exception for accept of book dot does not, so it should be like does not exists. Is it S? No, simple. So book dot does not exist. If this is the case, then we just need to say raise HTTP 404, and inside that we can say book not found. Okay, but we need to import this HTTP from our Django HTTP. So at the top I say from Django.http import HTTP 404. That's good, and we have done. If everything is right, then get the context, return the template. Okay, finally, once again, if you refresh, now it says page not found, and the very important thing is it says you're seeing this error because debug is true. If you want to see real 404 page, just set debug to false, and we can set that from our Bookstore project. We have a settings.py, we have this debug as false, so true, we need to make it false. But if you do that, it says okay, if you make it false, you cannot run the server until you allow any host. So I can say in the host, yes, I want localhost to be valid. So now if I run the server, it's running. And now if I reload this page, yes, you can see not found. The request resource was not found on this server. But if you visit a proper book which is available, that's we are getting. So this is so easy thing. But let's get back our debug because we are developing things, we are learning. So that's how we can restart the server and we get the error. Okay, no issues. Now here you can see this is good thing, but it's taking 4 lines just to raise this thing, and this is a normal thing. Is there any shortcut? So yes, whenever you talk about the shortcuts, once again there is a thing, but you can go at the top on the searching and you search for shortcut. So there should be shortcuts, so Django shortcut functions. So go there. On the right side you will find render. We have already used the render as a shortcut, but we have one more. get object or 404. Why not use it? So let's click there, and what we have to do, we have to use get object or 404. That will come from obviously Django shortcut. It's a shortcut thing. So from shortcut we are importing render, plus we can also get object and get object or 404. We don't have to call it here. So I can remove the HTTP totally, because now what I'm going to do, I'm going to, instead of using as a get, I'm going to totally use get object or 404. But is this the correct way? Let's see. No, we just need to provide model and the primary key. So we can simply remove this thing. So the model is obviously book, and the primary key should be equal to the ID we are getting. So this is good, and do the proper indentation. Now it's fine. Check for existing one. Yeah, we are getting. What if we are trying to refresh this page? Yeah, it's not available. And see, this is so clean. Just one line and everything is done for you. This is the way your documentation is going to help you, and you can set all these very nice things. Next, I want to have another very nice feature. Suppose anyone is visiting any book, or suppose I have already brought this book. So then I want to add a review for this book. So what we need a simple text field or text box here at the bottom, and a submit button to submit the review for this book. How we get started? Let's go here. Now we have this books app, but this books app is just doing one thing, is doing something for the books. But now I'm going to create another model, and this model is called review. And this is very simple model, which is going to have models.model, and then what we need in a review body is exact review, whatever the review is, and this is going to be models dot text field, like here. I'm just going to have this text field called body. Later, if we need some other field in this model, yes, we will going to add it later. But that's it for now. And the next thing is we need a form at the bottom. So let's go here on the views. In this views, we have this show for show.html, that is inside template books show.html. At the bottom of this, we can see we have this bigger div. After that, let's have another div and text area, and that's it. And let's call it a form actually. So this is a form, and finally we need a button of type submit, and I can say submit. Okay, this is very simple thing. Let's reload this page. At the bottom, yes, we have this text field which is showing here, and a submit button, but this should be on the right side and with some styling. So let's just wait. I'm going to style it and come back. So now I have little design for this, and it's looking like this. We have a placeholder, we have some border, we have a button which is having gray color, text background of a text white border, and it's floated to right. Okay, so this is fine, and we can call it review. The name is review. But what if we submit this form? It is submitting on the same form, same page actually. So let's call this as a method. I want to have a method, not like this, is a post method, and action is going to be, for now, let's have nothing here. So I'm not providing any action. So let's see if I submit it, it's not having anything. So first error we are getting is CSRF verification failed. So what is CSRF thing? Let's search it. CSRF is very important in web development, especially in form submission, which is called cross-site request forgery. Suppose your form is submitted by someone else or a bot, or then what you have to do, how you can tackle it. So CSRF token is a token generated by Django, and when you submit the form, so then only the Django is going to verify or check the token. If it is matches, it says yes, this form is submitted from your website, it's not submitting from other website or from any bot. Okay, so it's a simple thing, but how we can tackle it, that's the important thing. One more time, go to the documentation, and then we need to go to the part 4, which is for form and generic view. This one, part 4. Here we are. Now you see this is a minimal form, and this form is having two important things. One is CSRF token is a simple tag or a Django template tag. Second important thing is action is using this URL, which we already know, we have used it to change the page. So this can go to this page like this. Okay, so first let's use the CSRF token here. So in our form, just below, anywhere inside the form, you just need to put this using the curly braces and percentage to have any kind of tag, and it is CSRF tag. Okay, so let's go back, reload this page and submit this form. And now you can see that form is submitted to the same thing or the same page, and that's why we are not getting any error, because we have this CSRF token. But what this CSRF token will do, if you inspect this form, at the bottom you will find a new input field is by default added called CSRF middleware token with some random gibberish value and having type hidden. That's why it's hidden. If I make it a text field, you can see now we have this text field which is a CSRF token. So it's better to have it as a hidden. Okay, so this is the role of CSRF field. Now what next? We actually need to submit this form to a URL which is going to handle the information we fill inside the text field, and then we store that into the database and once again get back to the same page. That means redirecting back. To submit this form to a particular URL which could handle it and store the information in a database, first what we need to go into the books app we have. Then inside we have a URLs, and here we need to provide another path. This path is going to say review, and this is going to hit the view.review, and I'm going to name it as, obviously you guessed it right, book.review, and we need to provide a comma here. That's it. Now that should be views. Cool. Now since we can open this views file, and here we don't have any definition or a function for review, let's create it. So def for review, we always get request, and then here we do something. But what exactly we need to do? Remember one thing, this is very, very important. This form is using a post method. So here we need to handle it as a post method. How we can handle? The first thing we have to do, we have to actually give the action so that it will really go into this view. Now here in the action, as we already know, we need to use the tag, Django template tag called URL. Here I say books dot and dot is review. So this is the actual you can say URL name we have given. So just like there in this index.html, we can check if we are doing right or not. Yeah, that's right. So exact name is there, and if we need anything, so for this route, this URL, we don't need anything. So that's it for now. So this is done, so I can totally close this here. And now what next? we have this. So if we refresh this page, we are getting this kind of error which says books.review. Okay, so this books.review is not available. It's actually just book.review. Remember this URL, we have given the name as book.review. Okay, now once again reload, and yes, it is reloaded. Now once again I'm going to inspect this form, and yes, we can see now the action for this form is /book/review. That's really good. Now if you go here, and I'm going to just print hey and open the console, try to submit this form with any just text, and it says it didn't return any HTTP response. That's okay, I get that, but is there any hey? Yeah, we have this hey. That means we are reaching till this point. Now that's amazing, but what we need actually, we need to redirect user to, let's say, /books. So how we can redirect? Remember, we have the shortcuts in Django. So there is a shortcut, Django shortcut functions, and here we have this redirect. Okay, you can redirect in various ways, like with some view name, some URL, some exact URL, these kind of things. So let's use it. And remember, this is redirect, and redirect is coming from the shortcuts. So import the shortcuts from Django shortcuts, import everything plus redirect also. And remember to return this thing, and I want to redirect to /book. Okay, that's done, and try to submit it. And yes, you can see now it's redirected to /book. Now next task is to enter something, and then when we submit, we want to get this data on this method or function. How we can get that? So for that, we can go once again to the documentation, the fourth part, handling form. So here they have this form, but they have created a URL, and finally to get the data you say request.post and whatever the field name you have. So our field name is having a review. Okay, now we can simply say print request.post and inside get the review. Okay, so open the console, try to submit this. It's redirected to the books, but we have this data. Amazing. So since we have this data, so I can say simply say review is this. We just need to store this review into the database and then finally redirect to the /book. How we do that? Once again, remember we have created a model called review, but in this model we have not run the migration. So remember how we create the migration, because inside this books app we have the migration for the book table only. Now I say python manage.py make migrations, because this is just going to create the migration or making the migration, which is done. So you can see now we have a new entry for review. We have ID and body. Cool. This means now we can simply say python manage.py migrate. This will create a new table in the database. Now since we have done with this, what next? Just like we are fetching the data, we need to store the data in the review model. So let's import the review model. From models, importing book plus import review, and here I can call it body actually. Here I say new review is equal to the review model, and then I need to say review model, and it's like new review model where body is equal to the body, and there is no new. Okay. Now finally new review dot save, and finally redirecting back. Cool. So everything is fine. And now if I go and try to say this is an awesome book, must try, dot, click on submit, we are redirected here, but we need to check on our database that if this is really stored or not. So let's go to the database, and here we have a books underscore review table, and this is having this review. Amazing, very nice. We have stored a new review, but you know what, we actually need to show all the review just below or just above. Maybe let's have that below. Just below this, and we want all the reviews. That means whenever we are showing a single book, we need to fetch all the reviews also. So I can say reviews is equal to, and I just need to get, so review dot objects dot get, or actually not get the all. So we are getting all, and finally creating the context. So reviews is having this reviews. Nice, that's it. Finally we can go to the show, and just below this thing I can use this one, and here I can use the tag for looping, and I can say for review in reviews, and we need to end the for loop, and for, and here finally we need the single p tag, and I can say review dot body. Cool, let's reload, and we should see it, which we are not getting here. Why is that? Is it right, this for loop? We are using the for loop in index.plate, and yeah, this is right. So what should we do next? Yeah, we can do one thing. We can try to say a correct spelling. Review, yes. So now reload this page, and yes, we can see we have this review. Amazing. Let's add another review. So this is another review for this book called, what is the name, Android in Action, second edition. Nice, submit it. Okay, that's redirecting to base books, but here we have this. It should be ordered in latest first. So how we order it? Whenever we say how, answer lies in documentation. Here let's search for query, making query. We want the order, so here we have a order by and the field name. Okay, so let's go to the views, and it should be like order by, and let's have the ID. So order by ID. Okay, that's good, but obviously this is taking ID first as the one, so we should have a timestamp here so that we know that which one is created when. Now we have two reviews here, but the two reviews are not exactly sorted. So what we need the second, which is showing second, which should want it to be the first, because this one is the latest. For that we need to add a new field called timestamp, or simply created at. So models.py, here I need created underscore at, and models dot, is there any timestamp, time field, date time field? I'm confused. Let's go to the documentation, and remember we need the field. So model field, yeah, not reference, the model field. Let's search for this, searching model field. search for timestamp. We got it. Now we have a date field, and date field is having a very nice option which says auto now, but we also need the time. So here we have a date time field also, which is similar to date field, but it includes time also. So let's add this date time here, dot date time, and here I say auto now to true. So whenever we create a new review, the auto time will be added. So make migration, very important thing. So there is an update in the review. Now migrate. That's done. This means now we have a new field called created at, which is showing. Let's reload. Yeah, created at date time, and we have timestamp here. Nice. So with this, what we get, we can review, or we can actually order by created underscore at. Since we have migrated, so both are having the same time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to little bit change it. So I can say 8:59, 1 hour before. The first one is created at 8:59 and second was created at 9:59. So now order by created at. Let's go reload. Okay, still we are having this issue, because now one more time we can say query and making queries and order by, but here nothing is given. So I can go to the query set, and here's, if I search for order by, where's order by? Yeah, here we have. So it's, you can see it's given here that if you want to change the ascending descending, you can simply give the negative sign. It's given, where is it's given as an argument are first null distinct. Yeah, here you can see minus is given. Okay, so yeah, it's given here exactly. Now we can simply give minus sign to change the order. So now you can see we have the latest one first. Cool. So this is we want. But now we have an issue. What's the issue? See, if you open the first book, that book also having the same review. If you open the third book, that's also having the same book. This means what we need next, we need to add the book ID also when we are storing the review. So one more time, another update on the review model is called book ID, and this is going to have models dot, this is a simple integer or big integer field that is having something. So one more time I need to go back, big integer on the model fields, so searching and searching for big integer, so big, yeah, integer field, and it doesn't need anything. Cool. So we have updated it. Now make migration, and now it says okay, you need something non-nullable. That's the point. So for now I can manually add things. So pre-offset default to, let's have the default one for now. Default is 1. Yeah, this is I'm doing because I'm updating on the fly, but obviously this is not the case. It's not always has to be the first one. So one more time, make migration. That's done. Migrate. Cool, it is there, and we are having book ID 1. So what we want now, since we have the already have the book ID, so when we get the review, we need to get the review filtering by ID. So first we need to say filter and then dot order by, and filtering where book underscore ID is equal to the ID given. And what happened here? So this should be not a string, it's just the field name, and that's done. Okay, now once again try to reload this page. For a book 2, we are not having any reviews. That's cool, but if you open the first book, we are having the review. Cool. And the final thing is, when we store a new review, we also need to store the ID or book ID. So I can say book underscore ID coming from request ID. Or I can do one more thing. I can simply say that this URL we have created is going to have a review, but before review we could have the ID. So it will be like book, then book ID / review is going to handle the reviews. And by doing this, we are eligible to get the ID here. In this way, we don't have to do this thing. And finally, we can say book underscore ID is equal to the ID we get from the URL. This is nice. And one more thing we have to do, we have to change this and we need to pass the book ID. And since we already have the book, we can say book.id. That's done. Final, reload this page, open any book. Yes, we have this first book which already have 2 reviews, and I can say this is the 3rd review. I can provide this awesome book by Sarthak. Okay, now if I hit submit and go to the books once again, yes, we have this, and try to add review for a second book. Hey, this is not good book. We should have some negative review also. Okay, submit this, and on the second book we are having this amazingly good. We have created successfully the review system, which is obviously basic, but yet we have created it. That's really great. Now let's work on another important thing. So once again, if you go to the form and generic views, so the second part is generic view. On the right side, you will find this link for use generic view. Less code is better, which is always better. Okay, so what exactly a generic view is? As the name suggests, it's going to be generic for a specific task. So suppose we want to view all the books in our case, so we can use our list view. So how this is going to really help us and what is the exact purpose of this thing, let's see. Currently in our application we have this books app. Here on the views.py we are always defining a function, a definition of a function here. So first thing, let's check out here what we are doing. We are fetching all the books from our database, we are creating the context, and then we are rendering request with our template and then passing out the context. This is good and this is having no issues. But what if I can say that I can reduce this code? I'm not saying number of line, I'm saying reducing the code. How this is going to work, let's see. First, what I'm going to do, I'm going to say from Django dot views. Is it views? Let's first check from here. Yeah, import generic, and then I'm going to create a class. I call this class as book list view because we are listing all the books. And instead of getting the request, I'm going to say this is a generic dot list view. This is extending, this class is extending generic list view. Then inside this, I'm going to define what is the model we are going to use here. So model is book model, obviously. Okay. Next what? Next we need to define the template. So template view, not like this. Template name actually is going to be books/index.html. That's done. And we can check from the documentation. Here it's defining the template name. Okay, they are not defining the model even. No worries. then they are defining this context name, a context object name. So the context object name is our books. So we can also remove this model. So context object name is books. Okay, that's done. And finally, what we have to do, we have to define get query set, how we get the data, which is this part. So we are going to define a function get query set, and it's auto completed, no worries, but here I'm going to return this thing, and that's it. Yeah, so I'm going to comment this out, and by doing this, if we go and reload the page, we get error because the server is complaining. It says view.index is not available because we have commented index. Now let's open the URLs for the books app we have, and here instead of this views.index, I'm going to say views.booklistView as view. This is the simple thing. So what I'm saying, this is a class, which is this class BookListView, and I'm saying that use this class as a view. Now that's it. Let's go and return, and now it says books / book _ list. No worries, we have done some mistake. Okay, so template name, that's good. Now it's not going to return any error. Yeah, you can see we are back with the same thing. And what we have achieved here, so we have achieved a very nice and less code. Why? See, yeah, line R4 here, line R5 here, but this is more generic. Why generic? Let me introduce you with the power of this generic thing. See, if we comment this template name, what it's going to do? Let's see. We are not defining the template name. So what it says, template does not exist. Hey, we have not even defined. So what you are searching and what you are saying that, okay, whatever I'm searching is not available. It's searching inside your books and book _ list.html. This means if you are not defining the template name, it's going to get the default name, which is book _ list. So what if I go to the books app, inside the template, I'm going to rename this index into book _ list. Just renaming, and you will see the magic just like here. Cool. We are back with that same page and everything is working absolutely fine. What that mean? We have achieved once again 4 lines only. Here 4 lines, here is 4 lines, but this is more descriptive. Getting the query set, we are defining the context name. So how this is working, and one thing more we can do, instead of importing generic, I want to say from django.views.generic import list view directly, so I don't have to write this generic.listView every time. And remember, if you have installed correct extension, which I have, so what I can say, I just say list view, it autocomplete it. I just say my model name is book. That's done. Cool. And remember, we don't have to define the model name. Okay, that's done. So we can get back our book list view. Now let's go and take a look what this list view is. So I'm going to press Control in Windows and I am on Mac, so I'm going to press Command and click here. It's going to open the real class, which is a real implementation of Django. So list view is extending this 2 classes, this and this. Okay, so base list view, where it is, it's just here, base list view, and here you can see it's having all these things. And if you go to the multiple object template response mixin, and here it's saying that underscore list, which we have done. So model name underscore list. This is how this template is created. Template name is created, which it's looking by default. And now let's take this a step above. What that mean? Let's search this thing, context object name, in our list view. Not our, it's actually Django's. So I'm going to search, and by default there is no value for context object name. But if you keep searching, you will get to this function which is saying get context object. So it says that if user has defined the context object name, give that, otherwise create one. And how it's creating, see, underscore %s is replaced with the model name underscore list. Oh, what I got it. This means if I am not defining the context object name, it's going to give us nothing here because books context is not available in the view. But here if you go to booklist.html, when we are looping through books, instead of books I can say book list, because you know, if nothing is there, that means the context object name is whatever the model name underscore list. That means this is going to work. Amazing, amazing. This means one more time you can see it is just 3 line. Cool, just 3 line, and we have achieved this amazing generic view. Cool, amazing. Thank you, Django. So far we have seen the power of generic view on list view. Just like list view, we have various other things. So once again, I'm going to press command and click on this generic, and you can see what are the generic views available. So we have lots of things: form view, detail view, list view, delete view, update view, create view. But what next? What next? We have this show. We are showing a single book. First, we are getting the book or by 404. If we get the book, then we are getting the reviews filtered by book ID, ordered by created at, creating the context, rendering request with this template, and passing the context. Lots of things we are doing here. Let's see what this detail view is going to help us on this. So one more time, instead of creating the class manually, I'm going to use the shortcut. So detail view, giving the name as book, and I don't want to provide the model. I know this is going to take the model by default. Here we have detail view. We need to import this from the generic. So just comma detail view. That's done. And I don't want to provide the template name. I want to see what they are going to suggest. And here I'm going to just say pass. And now I will open the URLs for the books. Just like we did for the all books, we need to do same for the book show. So here comes detail view, book detail view. This should be book detail view actually. Book detail view dot as view, and that's done. And now this is going to be redundant, so I'm going to comment this. Let's see what error we are getting when we open a new book. First, it says you are missing query set. You have to define something which is going to get the book. Is this the case? Let's see. I think this is not the case. We don't have to define anything. Missing query set. What if I provide the model name? So model is book, and that's it. I don't want to give any other thing. Reload. This time attribute error. Okay, so object pk. Here is a very important information. It says you have to use the pk or a slug in the URL configuration. And what we have used? We have used id. Okay, so let's convert this to pk. That's done. One more time, reload. And now it's looking for the template. That means it's working, and it's looking for book underscore detail. Okay, let's rename our show to book underscore detail. That's done. And if I reload, and exactly fine, this is working right here. We are losing our reviews, but we will tackle that very soon. So this is very nice. We just have to define the model and everything is fine. But what if we don't define any model? Okay, so there is some issue. Oh, obviously we have to do something here. So let's pass it. So in that case, we have to define the query set. No issues. We can have this book as a model name. So this was very easy, and it has reduced 5 line to only 2 line, but we are still having this reviews problem. And remember, we have not defined the context object name. Why? Because previously also we have used book as the context object name, so that's why we are not getting any kind of error. So I can have this for the future reference, or I just want to have this, so I'm just going to use it as a comment, and then I'm going to delete this. Okay, so that's it for now for book detail view and book list view. But what if you want to understand in detail about these things? I told you this documentation is your friend. So generic views, if you search for generic view, you get this, and here we have not this one, actually I think this one. Yeah, so in generic view we have all these generic views. So generic date view, this is generic date view. Generic display view, nice. We have a detail view, then we have a list view. We have used both of them, and everything is given here. So as view is given, and you can provide the context, you can provide some other things here. So everything is there. You can read this thing and you can become the master of generic views. With the generic views we have used, everything looks very super clean and minimal code. So 3 line, just 2 line, and nice things are there. But remember, we had the reviews for our books also. So currently we are not getting any review. Remember, if you go to the database, and all these reviews are for 3 reviews for first book and 1 review for second book, but none of them is available. Let's work on this. So first, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a relationship between a book and reviews. So think about this. Which kind of relationship we can add between them? So there can be many reviews in a single book, or I can simply say one book can have many reviews. Got the point? What is the relationship? 1 to many. 1 as in book, many as in reviews. So this is the way you say is going to be the relationship. One book can have many relationships. One book can have many reviews. So what relationship we are going to use? 1 to many. So let's search for relationship. If you search there, you will get 1 to 1, many to many, and many to 1, which is exactly 1 to many, same thing. Now what you have to do first, you have to use this foreign key model field name. Just like we use normal field name like char field, date field, now we have to use the foreign key to the field we want to connect with other model. Now it's very easy, because if you go to the definition of foreign key, here we are. What you have to define first is to. That means which model you want to connect. Then is there any cascading? That means if model is deleted, do you want to delete the relationship? So you can define that. Now how we can connect our book and review? Let's go. First we need to open our books app. Inside that we have a models.py, and here we have a review, but in the review we have used book underscore ID. Okay, that's not a bad thing, but here we are just defining it as a big integer. Now let's convert it to foreign key. But here I need to define the model, which is book, and second, on delete, it's going to be the models dot cascade, and it's not a function. But remember, you can name it anything, but it would be good if you name it as the model name. So simply saying book. Now, since we have made change in the model, what you have to do every time you change something in the model, you need to run make migration. So Python manage.py make migrations. If you hit this, since we already have many things in our database, if you hit this, it's giving this error. Okay, I know why this error is, because this is going to create a fresh field, and that should be having some value for older. If not, then you need to provide null as true. Once again, when you first define this review model, you don't have to say null, because at that time you don't have any data. Once again, run the migration. That's good. Migration is created, and it says removing field book underscore ID from the review and adding field book. This is going to be interesting. Why? Let me show you. Open the migration and open the latest one, which is 0006. Here you can see first is removing field. Which field? Book underscore ID. Second is adding field. Adding which field? Book. But when you run the migration, see this. When you run the migration, Python manage.py. Now see, first on the structure I can see book underscore ID is having big integer and nullable is no. Now I'm going to run the migrate command, which is going to execute the latest migration. By doing this, if I reload, you can see now it has changed. I can restart the database to show you the exact thing. Now it has changed all these things. Book underscore ID, big integer still, but nullable is yes, and foreign key is books underscore book. It has actually added the same name, book underscore ID, although we have defined the name as book, because this is going to connect with the ID only. That's amazing. That's easy. That's very, very nice. Now, since we have these things and all these book underscore ID is null, I'm going to manually provide some data. So first three are for first book and last one is for second book. That's amazing. We have done this. Next, what we have to do, we need to load all these reviews. But how we load it? Once again, go here on the documentation for many-to-one or one-to-many, whatever you call. What you have to do when you want to see here, reporter can have many articles. So in the article, we have defined the reporter foreign key. So we need to find the reporter which can get the articles. So R means reporter, and R can have many article set. So whenever you want to fetch the relationship data, you need to use underscore set after the name of relationship. How we can do in our case? Our book can have many reviews. So to get the reviews for particular book, we just need to say book dot review underscore set. That's good. Now we are using our generic view where we are just sending the book. We are not sending our here actually, sorry. We are using the generic view and we are just sending the book, not the relationship. So that's why I just commented we are not having this. But if you go to the detail, book detail, here when we are looping through the reviews, instead of looping into the reviews, I say book dot review underscore set, review set. But still, if you run this thing, you are getting error. It says that relation model is not iterable. That means it just one thing is remaining, which is all. Here at this point we are loading all the reviews for this currently having book. Reload at the bottom. Amazing, this is we are getting. So see, this is really easy to implement the relationship and also showing the relationship data. So we just have changed here model in the review model with the foreign key, and that's done. Next important thing is, remember we have spent a lot of time for ordering this thing and we have ordered it. So the third one should be the latest one. So here instead of all, we can use, we have to use the views. Here we have the filter, book ID, order by, created. Now we don't have to provide this book filtering because we already have the relationship. So let's try this thing. Order by, created at. Is this going to work? Reload. No, it's not going to work. And you know why? Because you cannot use this order by function inside this template. So what we have to do, we need to go and get back our reviews, but we don't have these reviews. If we do this, we will have empty thing, like we don't have the reviews here. So what we have to do, and here we cannot see anything like how we can add something into the existing context. For that, let's go to the detail view. In this detail view, search for get underscore context data. This is the one we need. So this is responsible for giving us the book we are having with the ID. But then we need to override this. So I'm going to copy it, close this details. On this views where we are having this book detail views, I'm going to say this thing, and context is first I want to call the detail view get context data. So for that I say super what happened? So I have to say super dot get context data, and here I have to pass the keyword args. Okay, so this is the context, which means the book we are having. But then in this context we also want to add our reviews, and this reviews is going to get from the context. So context, and then we need to get our book, and after that we need to say review set. We know we need to use the review set dot all, and finally return the context. Cool. Reload this page, and yes, you can see we have all these reviews. But since we are inside our views, we can do the order by. So instead of all, I just say order by negative created at. Reload, and yeah, we have the latest review at the top. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So this is the way we can handle our extra data inside the context of a generic view. So we can remove this thing, and everything is very nice. Now let's get back to the template system. So search for template, and here inside this we need to go to the API reference as before, but this time I want to go to template inheritance. But before that, let's see why we need this template inheritance. Remember, we have created some of the templates here. One is book detail, where we have all these head tag, meta tag, and we are having this Tailwind CDN. Exactly same thing we are having here. We don't want to repeat ourselves. We want to follow the dry principle, don't repeat yourself. For that, template inheritance works. How it's going to work, let's see. So at the top, first you can use this extend, then you can create a generic one, and you can define any block of code. So how you can get started with this? So it's template inheritance, here it comes. And now see, whenever you are going to define your base HTML, then you can define a block for the title, which is going to end obviously, then a block for sidebar if you have, or a simple block for the content. Let's now see how really we can implement these things. First, in this book, I'm going to say base.html. You can name it anything, but it's convention to use base. Then I'm going to copy all of these things from our book detail. We can copy from book list also. And then whatever we have inside this body, or maybe inside this section, I'm going to remove like this. And then I'm going to create some tag. So first tag I'm going to create is for content. So this is a block one. So I can use the shortcut I get. So I simply say block. It's going to autocomplete. Lots of block. I just want one. So content comes here, and I can delete all these things. So just starting of the content and end of the content. Okay, that's done. But you don't have to define the content here because you are ending it here. And whatever you define inside this block will come here. So how it's going to work? Now, whenever you want to extend, you define your block, and inside that block you put your code. So when we, let's say when we extend this, all content come here, content comes here. Okay, so let's go to the book detail, and I'm going to remove HTML till section here at the top, section and all the HTML. If you do this just and try to visit this page, and I think detail, yeah. Now you can see all stylings are gone because we don't have the Tailwindcss. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to first say, hey Django, I want to extend. So once again I can use extends shortcut, and name is content. Oh, name is base actually, base.html. Okay, then I need a block one more time. This is a block for content, and similarly we don't need the closing here. And now we can put everything inside this block like here. Okay, so let's save this. Why it's saving like this? Okay, reload this page, and we are having some issue. It says template does not exist. Remember, whenever you define template, you need to first define which app you are having, because our template is not inside just template, it's inside book directory. So that's why we have created the directory structure. Reload, and it's books, I think. Yeah. Okay, so one more time, it's book going to slash. Cool, now we are back with all the stylings. Now similar to this, we can also give the name. It's just having a Django title, Django course as a title. Instead of this, we can create a block for the title. And since this is a title, what if any extended HTML file doesn't include the title? So this is the default title. So save this. Yes, you can see now we have a Django course as the title, but we can define our own block, and this block is for the title, and here comes the detail, or I can say detail, book detail actually. So book detail, or I can simply give the name. Yes, I got the point. So book.title, and I can say Bookstore. This is the name, Bookstore, and hyphen book name. So this is the title we have given, and then we start with the content. So we have some styling issue, that is I'm going to save without formatting. Reload, Bookstore unlock Android. Third one, Bookstore flex in action. Amazing. Let's do the same thing on our book list. That means where we have all the books. Once again, from this section till the top, I'm going to delete everything like here. Then I'm going to say I want to extend the books slash base.html. Then one more block for title. So title is going to say bookstore first, bookstore, and hyphen books, because this is generic all books. One more block finally for content, and remove this and move this ending of the block at the bottom. See, that is nice thing. And if again I have to do this, so this comes here, this comes here, save without formatting, reload. Yeah, that's good. And we have some issue because of a div. We need a div to close this. Once again, save without formatting, reload. That's back to the normal thing. So this is for the template inheritance. Very, very useful thing. And because this is going to minimize your code and actually reuse your code in this way. This is a nice, you can say, structure you always have to follow in your Django project. Remember when we had started with our JSON file, we had one thing called authors, but we are not having any author information in any book. So how it's going to be, like, single book can have many author. Similarly, author can have many books. So it's like a many-to-many relationship. One book can have many authors. One author can have many books. So let's go and search for relationship once again. This time, go to many-to-many relationship and see how it's working. First, it's like older system, but here instead of foreign key, we need to say article is having a many-to-many relationship with the publication, because one publication can have many articles, or one article can be published in various publications. So this is the thing. How we can work on our case? First, we need to create a new model for our author. So go to the books app we have created. On the models, at the bottom, I'm going to say class, author, and maybe authors, models dot model, and here author has a name, and name field is going to be models dot char field or char field. So we need to define the max underscore length, not giving, we can copy from here, max length is equal to 256, which is a very, very high number, but we can have 100, but it's good to have large number. Okay, so this is good, but what else? Author can has many books. This could be the case. Now the question comes, whether we are going to define this many-to-many in article or in publication. In our case, whether we are going to define many-to-many in author or in books. I think this is good for defining inside the book maybe, because book can have many authors and author can be used for something else, but book must directly connect to the authors. So we need to change in book, and I'd say, which is going to be simple, authors with a small case, models dot many-to-many field. Is it field? Yeah, field. And inside this, I'm going to say authors. Okay, so that's done. and author just have the name, nothing else. Or next thing is we can have the created at also. That's just a simple thing. Next, we need to migrate. Let's try this. So Python manage.py, first make migration. We have changes in book and new for author. So now we have some issue. It says author is not defined. Okay, so this author class is created after the book, so that's why it's giving error. So let's move this author class at the top, and then we can try to run the make migration. Cool, we have created a new model and adding new field for author in book. If this is fine, I think you got it right. It's inside this. In this 7th migration, we are doing two things for two different tables. Cool. Python manage.py migrate. Amazing. Now we have, let's see, we have book underscore author, where we are going to connect book and author. We have a authors table where we have a name and created at field. And our book table is still remaining as it was because there is a many to many. So that's why we have a new joining relationship, or I can say joining table for this relationship, which is going to connect book and author. So let's see how next we are going to work. After defining this, how we can create it. When you create the publication, like here, you can save it, and then you can define the article. You can create the article actually. And finally, you can use the article and say the relationship, which is publication, and add the publication to this article. Similar to our case, when we are creating the model or when we are creating the book, then we need to create the relationship for author and add the author there, and then finally we need to save. So that's very easy. Now let's try how we can add it. And see here, one more thing is there. You can add multiple, add p1 p2, publication 1 and publication 2 can be added same time. And also if you want, you can create the relationship on the fly. So there are many options. If you already have the author, then you can define the author. Otherwise, you can directly create it. But in our case, we first need an author. For that, remember, there is a Django admin/admin. Let's go here. Inside, we just have a book model registered. Now let's register for one more, which is for authors actually. So from books.model, import book and authors. So now since we have both registered, if I reload, it's having authors. So I think I should have a singular model name, not the plural. And is it going to work? No, it's not working. Why? Because we have the relationship on that same thing. So many to many relationship. Okay, so here we need to remove this one also and reload. Yeah, we have authors now. And now next it says there is no book underscore author. So we can manually change it, but manually changing is not a good thing. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to rerun the migration. So make migrations, which is going to say renaming. So I say yes, and then migrate, and it has done everything for us. That's cool. Reload. Yep, we have this authors. Now add new author, and we just need to give the name. So I can copy some author from here. For the first book, we have a 3 author. So first, this one, Frank. So save and add another. Then Charlie. Save and add another. then Robinson, save and add another. But when we create new book, then let's have some other, so I can get the last one. So Alexander, this is the author, create and save. So we have 4 authors. So one more time we have to give the name for the author, so that's why we can do the same thing, this self part in author model, but we just need to return self.name. So like here, by doing that, reload the page, we are getting the name. Cool. But now comes the issue, how we add the author. This is the magic of Django. You see, since we have defined the relationship here in the book, Django know that, okay, if you want to add authors, since author is many to many, you can select from here. Cool. So now the unlocking Android, we know for the unlocking Android, we have 3 authors. One is Frank, Charlie and Robbie. So select for Frank, Charlie, Robbie and save. So it says please select correct. So this is more than 256, so I can remove the throughout. So that's the issue. So still, so I think I can change totally. One more time, that's done. And now one more time, if you reload, if you visit once again, yeah, we have this. Next, we need to show all the authors here just like we have. Now, how we can do that? Remember, on our views, when we are showing a single book, we are adding the reviews in the context. But since this authors is directly inside the model, can we do this? So let's try this. So let's go to the authors part. Yeah, we have authors, but now we don't have any list so that we can use this join. Otherwise we have a query set actually. So you can reload, still getting this as a none, but what I can do, I can use the for loop. So because we know it's always going to have more than one author, or maybe at least one author. So author in authors, and let's have it and for, so it should be for author in authors, and here I just can show author, and that's just a simple thing. But we are not having it, maybe because this has to be book.authors. Now one more time. Cool. Now we have object is not iterable. What happened? So it says many relationship. So just like reviews, we need to add it from our context. So I'm going to create a new line, same, and I call it authors, and getting the book. And this time, just like we did for review set, but here we have a many to many relationship. This means we can directly get all for our author, but from the author point of view, we need to use book set. So it's easy, just we need to say book.authors.all, and by doing this, we will now have book.authors as a query set. And remember to save without formatting, reload, and still it's not having that. What's the issue? And the issue is we don't have to say book.authors because it's directly authors. So now reload. Yes, we have these 3, but then what we need, we actually need a comma separated. So I can put P outside and then provide a comma and then save it. Yay, it's having a comma separated one. Nice. So this is a simple way to have a many to many relationship in the Django. Now I have created couple of authors in our database. Plus, I have added almost every book with at least 2 or more authors. So I'm sorry for all these authors of this book. It's not a really exact author name. I just randomly picked names. So if any author or any publication is watching, you can inform me, and I'm saying sorry for this. Okay, now let's go. So what if I want to visit some more book from Robbie Sin or maybe from Charlie Colin? What we have to do? Let's make this a link. So let's go to the book detail. Here we are looping through our authors, and now instead of this I want to have a anchor tag like here, and I can make this instead of p as a div. Now where this should go, remember we have a URL tag, so we can use it and we can say new thing called author, which should be like author.books, and providing the author name. So author is simple, author name is author. Nice. Okay, so what next we have to do? We have to really create this URL because it's not available. So if we save this file and reload page, we are getting error. So let's go to the URLs inside the books, and I'm going to create a new path which should be like author and then some other thing. So book and author and books. In between we need the str of author, and this is going to be book or author dot book. The weird syntax is this. So simply I can say book slash author. This could be the simple thing. Simple author is there, and now view is author. So let's go to the views, and at the bottom anywhere we just need to load the same thing when we do the list view. So one more list view. So list view is going to have like this. This is going to have a book, but this also include our author. Okay, so one more time, instead of this list view, let's use a simple definition. So def of author request, and requesting for the author, and here I need to get the books, which is having book dot objects dot filter. How I can filter the relationship? This is the next important thing. When you have a question, documentation is the answer. Here I am on the many-to-many relationship documentation. Search for filter, and here we are. Article, publications with ID, maybe primary key, or we can directly pass the ID. That's easy. So we get not the ID but the author name. This is like we need to see. So this could be like underscore and the name. So here we say author, it's authors underscore name is equal to the given author. This should give us the books, and then we need to return render with the request comma and providing the books underscore book, not underscore book slash book underscore list dot html, same, and here we provide the context, and remember context is like is equal to book is having a value of book. Nice. So what happened? Yeah, it should be books, and one more time books. And remember, when we do the list we are not having anything. That's fine, so no need to remember any other thing. Let's try this, and we need to save this file also. which is already saved. We need to save the URLs which we have saved now. Now let's try this. Reload this page and still say author.books is not available because it author.book, not books. So let's make it books. Okay, cool. Now we don't have this anchor tag. Why? Let's recheck. We have it, but we have some weird syntax for anchor tag. I got it. What happened is I need to say href is equal to this thing. Reload. Yeah, this is nice. One more time, open in a new tab. So we are getting this name, but we are not getting the result. So let's go to the views and try to print author. Let's see what we are getting here. Reload the page. We are getting the real author, but we are not getting any books. So books is going to be empty, I believe. Query set. Oh, we have this. So this is good. So we are passing, let's see, book underscore list. In this one we are having book. The list is having just book, not books, or actually the context name is book list. Yes, this should be the case. So book list. Cool. Reload, and we have that. Let's try for another. Charlie is also having one book. Robbie is having 3 books. Amazing. Nice. Cool. Yeah, so this is the way you can query for multi or many to many relationship with some data and some other URL techniques. Everything is here. Amazing. Now see this very important thing. If you open any book and if you scroll to the review systems, here we have a review, and for now anyone can add review. But what we only want to submit the review by a user if user is logged in. This means let's work on the authentication system. So how we do that? Answer lies in the documentation. Here, go to the documentation, go to the documentation tab obviously, and then search for authentication. And here you will get user authentication in Django. And Django itself provides a very nice way of having the authentication plus authorization. So what is authentication and what is authorization? Authentication is a simple way of saying if user is logged in or if user is trying to log in with email and password, so is that email password correct? So basically we are verifying user's information, which is authentication. But how about authorization? So authentication comes from authentic. Authentic means true, valid. Simply authorization comes from authorize, that means giving the permission. So yes, the permission system and user group system, everything is available here. So how we start with this and how Django is doing all these things? Before entering into our custom login information, remember we already have a login system, but if you go to localhost 8000/admin, this login information is only for administrators or admin. So if I log in here, you can see we have this group and users which says authentication and authorization. What this mean? This simply mean that Django by default provide you all these authentication and authorization. You don't have to do anything. But from where these things are coming? Let's go to the Bookstore, go to the settings. Here, if you scroll down, we have various apps. We saw that admin app is responsible for all these admin panel designing and these things, but the login or authorization system is coming from this auth package or contrib auth package, or I can call it app, not package. Since we also have the permission system, that means authorization system, that comes from content types. We also have a session which is going to hold the user session for a given web browser. So these three basic package will going to make authorization and authentication. Everything is given in the documentation. You see, it's given that for the installation you don't have to do anything, everything is there. But remember, we also have one more called middleware, and here is very important middleware called session middleware, which is going to hold the session obviously, and then authentication middleware. So suppose user is already logged in and then user try to visit login page. No, user can't do that. Similarly, if user is not logged in and try to access any restricted area of your website, he cannot do that. So that can be done with the authentication middleware. With once more, these things are given in the documentation. Everything is there in the documentation. Documentation is the king. Now let's move to this thing. What next we have to do? Let's go to the using Django authentication system, how we are going to use it. It's simply given here that if you want to create new user, you need a model, and by default Django provide a model for you that comes from contrib auth package or contrib auth app. Here we have. Okay, so from this app we are importing this user model. Then you can simply say I want to create a new user model, or I want to create a new user. Then you can change something, or finally you can save it. You can also create the super user, but with this super user I remember one more thing. Remember, we have this admin site, and let's go to the here. On this admin side, if you go to the users, let me just zoom it out for you. Yeah, we have one user called Sarthak with an email name, first name, last name is not available, but here is a very important thing. It says staff and green check. What this mean? This means simply that Sarthak is an admin. Now let's add another user. I try to add another user and I say Sarthak 2. So this is the second one. So once again Sarthak 2, the password is same exactly. Now I'm going to save this thing, and it says what happened, please correct below. Oh, so it should not be the simple one. So I say PASS at 123, PASS at the rate 123. Once again click save. That's done, and algorithm is this one, password as a hashing algorithm. And if you go to the documentation, not documentation, in the database, you see now we have one more time. If I can go into the document, no, database. Now we have two user. One is Sarthak, second is Sarthak 2. But here is very important thing. The password of both of them is hashed. We will understand how this is hashing work, but for now that's done. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out from this admin and try to log in again with Sarthak 2. So let's try Sarthak 2, pass at the rate 123, try to hit login. Now it says that you cannot log in. So what this means? This means Sarthak 2 is a regular user. So in this admin login system, only admin can log in. So if I log in as a Sarthak, which is staff, so yes, it will be available here. Okay, so this is we saw from our previous experience, and everything is there. This logout, login, registration, password hashing, everything is there. You know, Django is very nice because it already provide you all of the authentication related thing, like view, the URLs and everything. So if you scroll down a little bit for more and more, so I can use fast forwarding and yeah, here we are. Authentication view, basically this I want. Or you can directly search from right side. So I need authentication view. Here we are. Cool. Now what this is doing, it is saying that if you want to use all the routing, all the URLs of the authentication which Django provide by default, you can use this Django contrib auth URLs. Just like we import any app's URL, remember we have added our book app URL like this. Similar to that, we need to add this one, the contrib auth URL. What this will do, this will going to create all these login password reset system. Okay, so let's use it. So going to copy this, paste it here, and now if I do this, save this file, and obviously that's done. Now go and try to access /accounts/login. Okay, so this is working in a sense that this is asking you for a login HTML file. This means this routing system is working. If you comment this and try to reload this page, it says page not found. Cool, but I don't want to have this accounts here. I just want to include all of the things directly. Like I just want localhost 8000/login, not account/login. So I can change it, and now if I refresh, it says no, it's not available. But if you remove the accounts, just localhost 8000/login, yeah, it's again asking you for the registration login HTML file. Okay, so how we can provide this thing? Now if you scroll down more, you can see all the authentication view you can customize, but there is the demo for login. So let's copy this one, and it says that you have to create a registration/login.html. But where we have to create this? We have to create this in our root of the project. So here's the root, and here first I have to create a templates, because this is going to be the full applications template, not any app related template. And here I'm going to create a file with the name, so it should be like registration/login.html, and paste all these things. Save without formatting. Is this correct? Right. Okay, so that's done. Reload the page. Okay, this is still not working. Why? Let's see. Okay, so is that information given here? I don't know. But what I have to do now, I have to go to my settings on the Bookstore, settings.py, and if you scroll down, you will find this templates, and we have not defined any directory for this template system. So now we actually have to define this. And how we can define? First, let's import the OS package. So import OS, and then I can simply say here like OS dot, I want the path of the OS, that means wherever you are. I want to join the base URL or base directory, and inside that I need to go to the templates directory, which is this one. And after that, obviously registration and login.html. By doing this thing, you will be able to have login page. Now it's complaining about different thing. It says, okay, you have the login.html, but inside that login.html, you are extending base.html, which you don't have. So I can copy the base from here, or I can actually move directly to the template of our project. That's okay. Now reload. Yep, you can see now we have a login form. So username, password, and login button. We will do this, but before that, let's go to the book. since we have removed that base HTML from the book app, now it's not able to find it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change and say that, okay, if you want any base HTML not from the books app, find it directly. Same here, directly from the root of the HTML. Okay, root of the project, not HTML. And now it's working. Everything is working. This means login will also going to work. Okay, that's done. So amazing, very, very easy. And remember, we have a user for Sarthak2 and password is pass@123. What if I click on login? Now by default, it's redirecting me to accounts/profile. There are two important things to remember here. We have removed the account prefix, so now there is no account for any URL. Also, we don't have any profile related URL, not even any view. So how we can change this? That after login, you have to move the user to some different page. So I told you, every time you ask a question, answer lies in the documentation. So remember, we have used this login information, and above this, it's given that after login, the default one, which defaults to accounts/profile. If you want to change this thing, you need to set login redirect URL. So let's search if this is available inside our settings or not. Settings, search for this. Okay, it's not available. No worries. At the bottom, we can add it, or actually anywhere, it doesn't matter. So I want to go to the /book after user is logged in. Let's reload this page. Okay, so I need to log in once again. So pass@123, hit login. And now you can see I am redirected back to my, not back, redirected simply to the /books page. Now what if I again try to hit the login? Okay, so still I am able to visit this. But before restricting this login page, I want to restrict the book. So I want to have some login required thing. Let's go to the documentation and search for required or middleware kind of thing. So let's search login, and yeah, you can see as I just searched login, and here we have a very nice information. As a login required decorator is used for restricting any view to be visited if user is not logged in. So okay, so if you go to our views of books, we have this class based view for the showing of all the books, but here they are showing decorator for this function only. How we can use it for class based? So here we have like login required, somewhere we should have that. So this is for the decorator, just like we have a permission required decorator. I think we should also have a login required decorator. So let's search. Here we got login required mixin, not decorator. We have a decorator, but for class based we have a mixin that comes from auth mixin and login required mixin. So from Django dot contrib, is it contrib? I can copy that from here. Okay, so paste it, and this one I need to pass as a first argument. Okay, that's done. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to log in again. So pass@123. Okay, CSRF verification. I think I need to reload this page. So here we are at 123. Yes, you can see now I am redirected to book. What if I try to visit this admin login page? Because I don't have any log out system, so I'm going to do a trick. If I reload here, see, I am logged in as a Sarthak2. So now Django admin status is saying that, hey, you are logged in as a Sarthak2. and Sarthak too is not an admin. So what you want to do? So let's do a trick, and I want to log in as a Sarthak, and then I do logout. So it's going to log out for everywhere, and this means since there is no user logged in here, you can see it's not asking for any giving error. So it's not giving any kind of error. Refresh this page, and now you can see it is doing something. What it's doing, it's saying that account/login is not available because we are not using account. Now let's fix this one. For that, one more time, go to the to the to the documentation, and it's simply saying login URL is /login. Okay, so let's go here, and login URL is /login. This is done. So one more time, if I try to visit /book, it's now redirecting me back to login page, /login page. This is very nice, but we don't always want to add this to every class-based view we have, just like we have for any other book. So what if I try to visit book/1? I am easily able to visit it, but what if I add this login required mixin and adding this login URL? After this, reload back to the login page. One more time, I don't want this login URL to add every time. So I'm going to make it on our settings.py. Just like we have a login redirect URL, we also need login URL, which is login, like here. Okay, that's done, and this means now you can see now I don't have any login URL defined here in the class based view. Even if I try to visit /book, it's redirecting me to the login page, and same with the book/1. But last important thing, what if I am logged in person and pass at 1 to 3? Okay, so I am redirected back to this page, and if I try to visit login, I am easily able to visit it. We need to restrict this one. We need to go here on login view. So here we have the login view. Now see, this login view is important because this is actually a login view, and login view is a class based view, and we can set something. But how we can set? Here is very important thing: redirect authenticated user. So a boolean that control whether or not authenticated user is accessing the login page. This is exactly we need. How we set this thing and where we set this thing. So remember, we have defined the various URLs. This one include all the URLs for authentication, just like we have here. But it says that if you want to customize a single view, you can do that. Just define that name, and then you can use the exactly same login view from the auth view. How it's going to work? Let's see. Just above this is going to work only if you put this path as above /login. We want to work on /login/, and here I want to say auth view. So I think this is coming because I have not used S. So now it should suggest, no, not suggesting. Okay, so it's login view like this. Then as view, this is the simple thing, but inside this as view, we can provide our redirect authenticated user to true. But before that, I can show you that this is working exactly same like it was before. So you can see we are having this, and now I provide it as true because by default it's false. So if you see, this is false. Now reload. Okay, so I think we have some issue here. It says login URL true is, oh, so that should be kept with capital T. I'm not on JavaScript. Yes, now you can see I am redirected back to the book if I go to login because I'm logged in already. So I'm going to style the login page and have some header so that we will have a log out button to log out a user. Okay, so we have a nice design for our application. We have a nice login form, and we have a logout button which is not doing anything. So yes, I can log in. So I can log in, pass at 123, click on login, and yes, I am able to log in. First thing is from where I have designed these things. So this nav bar is coming from the base. So we have a base HTML. Inside this, I have created this nav with all these Tailwind classes. On the left, we have a my bookstore. On the right, we have this button. And one thing I think we can move this programming book here on the nav bar, the word programming book. So I can go to the book list. Here we are. We have this H1. So I can cut this H1 and paste in between this. Save it also, reload, and yes, that's move here. But this is going to show for everywhere, like here also. What we want this to be a block of a statement. So on the base, instead of writing this, I'm going to say this is going to be a block, and block name is page title. So this is page title, or content title maybe. Yeah, this would good. Content title, this can be the or nav title. This is very nice. Okay, so let's remove this one, and here by default I have let's say nothing. Okay, so just save this, and here in this book list, just like we have all other blocks of system, so we can add another block for nav title, and here I paste this thing, programming book. This will always be H1 because here we have used H1. Reload, that's good. And in this action, okay, so in this action, not action, a single book actually. So detail book detail comes here, another block here, nav title is going to be this book title. So I can cut it and paste it here, save this, reload. Yeah, it moved there. Finally, if you go to the login, oh, I cannot go because I am logged in. Now let's implement this logout thing. For that, go to the documentation of authentication part, log out, and here we have how to log out. They have this, but we should use the logout view they have for us, which is coming from this long list of URLs which we have. So let's see, let's close all these things. If you go to the URLs of Bookstore, where we have included this contrib auth URLs, it's also giving us a logout. So what if I try to make this as a /logout? For that, let's go to the navbar. So let's save this file. So base.html, here we have navbar, here have a button, and instead of button, I'm going to convert this as an anchor tag, href for /logout. Okay, let's try this. Reload this page, click on logout. It's logged out, but you see this is now moving us to the Django administration page for the logout. And if I click on login, it's moving to the Django administration. We don't want this thing. How do we implement it? But before that, remember, now we are logged out. Now we have this login page. We can visit it. So why not add this login page title? So login comes here, and let's have a block for nav title, and here I say it's login. By the way, there is some design you can visit and check. Everything is available in GitHub source code. Reload. Yes, login is there. One more login. Why? Let's try this. Why we have double login system? So if I remove this thing, reload, okay, that's gone. Oh, I have to move it like above this content. Yeah, nice. Okay, so logout is added from this base.html, and when we click, we move to the Django administration, but we want to show this only if user is authenticated. How we hide this? So here we can simply use our if tag, if, and to check if user is logged in, I can say user dot is authenticated is a method or a simple thing we can use. So copy that and paste it, and also let's copy the end if. Now this is only going to be available, logout button, if user is logged in or authenticated. Now that's gone. Since that's not available, what we can do now, we have to log in, password, oops, that's pass @123. yeah, log out is back. Okay, now one more time, logout view. Here we have what we have to do. We have to change the template, because when we click on logout, it's showing us the template for Django administration. Similar to login, we have to create a logout.html. So let's create on the registration logout.html, and remember to extends base.html. we have a block, not block quote, of content, and here I can have like let's say h2, you are logged out successfully. Okay, and let's provide a link so that log in again of /login. Very simple. And one more time, reload this page, click on logout. Okay, so it says you are logged out. I can provide a width of full so that it will be all full width, and I did something wrong, so I can move it and I will design it later. So this should be in one line, this should be in another line. That's the case. That I will design it later. But for now, yeah, that's good. So login again is there. So you are successfully log out. Click on log in again, and yes, I am able to log in. But you know, I don't like the system of logging out and redirecting user to a specific page. I don't want to do that. So what exactly I want, whenever I click on logout, it should redirect me to the login page after log out. That's how this next page is available, or we can directly set logout redirect URL. So what will happen if user is clicked on logged out? Okay, so in that case, we can go to the settings, and here at the bottom, login URL. Now I say log out _ redirect URL, and log out like this, which should also be log in /login. Now let's reload this page, click on logout. You can see now I am redirected to log in directly, and I am not logged in, because if I try to visit book, it's redirecting back to login. Cool. In that case, I don't need any logout HTML. That's really great thing. So this is the way we can log out a simple user with these kind of settings. Amazing. Remember, we have added this login information to make sure only logged in user can write some reviews. In that case, we don't want these book and this listing of the book behind the authentication wall. That means even if I am logged out, I should have the permission to visit the login book page. In that way, we have to go to the views and we have to remove this thing from here. So like this, I can remove this. Okay, now this means even if I am not logged in, I will be able to visit this book page. I will be able to visit this book detail page. Next, if I am not logged in, I should have a right side, like on the navbar, login button instead of log out. Okay, that means I can go to the base HTML. Here we have a if user is authenticated, show log out. Otherwise, I need to have a else part. Else, let's have a simple button which is going to redirect. Now this time I don't want to hard code this. I can use my route name, which is using this URL tag, and the name is simple login, and just like this I can move this here and make it log out and call this one as login, and background is white, text is black, not block, black. Okay, so that's done. Reload this page and yep, we have this login button. Now if I click on login, I am redirected to the login page. If I am trying to log in, I can see logout button and I am still, yeah, this is not not a behind middleware. Okay, next what I want, I can just log out, and whenever I see any book, I only want to show this form when user is logged in. So just like we have if user is authenticated, we can use this and we can go to the book detail. Here we have form, this form, and this form should be behind this. So if user is authenticated, then I'm going to show this, and finally end if. Save this, reload. Now you can see there is no form. Now again, if there is no form, how we can inform the user that there should be a form if you log in? So one else part will come, and here we should have a anchor tag, and this is going to use again that URL tag, URL for login, and I can simply say login, or login to, or simply just have a login in anchor tag. Otherwise everything should be behind this login to write review. That's great. Reload, and now we have login to write. So I can design this a little bit. Simple is text blue 600. Is it going to good? Yeah, now it is good. Login to view write review. So click on login and pass @123. See, this is redirecting back to the /book, but I want to be redirected back to the same page where I have clicked login. This means I need to add the next link here. So here after this, I need a next field, which is going to be our request.path. Is this going to work? Let's try this. Okay, at the bottom we have this, and I think it's working. So let's click, and yeah, we have a next of book 2. So if I log in once again, click on login, redirected back to the same page. So sometimes there's a tongue twisting thing. Redirect. Okay, so this is how we redirect user and we restrict user to write reviews if the user is not logged in. Next, linking the review with the user. Currently, if you go to the models, here on the review model, we don't have any connection with the user, like who has written this review. Now we have to connect the user, the logged in user, with this review we have. So if I try to log in, so let's log in PASS at 123, and then we can see I don't know who has written this review. So let's do it. First, let's go to the books. We have models. At the last, we have review model. And here I want to add one more field called user ID. But remember, we can use the relationship just like we are using for the book. We can use for the user. So just say user models dot foreign key. So foreign key, I can copy it like here. Foreign key for the model is user. But remember, this user model is not from our project. It's from the Django contrib auth app. Yeah. So from django.contrib.auth and .models, from here import user model. That's it. And what happened? I think it's not any case. No, next is we have to say on delete is equal to models dot cascade, and I can once again copy this. And remember, because we are adding this field after creating the table, we need to add it as a null for true, otherwise we will get error for the existing data we have. After doing all these things, next task is to run the migration. So yeah, so activating the env environment, python manage.py make migration, and now we have added one migration for adding user field in the review table. Then python manage.py migrate, and yeah, that's done. And remember, we have added as a null. So if you go to the book review, all the user ID will be null. You know what I can do? Instead of null as true, I call it default as true. But since we have already done with this, so I can just provide at 1 1 everywhere, so that this is now every review is now belongs to user ID of 1. This means now if we go here, since we have the user for this review, which is user 1, why don't we have the name and also the created at field when this is created? For that, we need to go to the book detail page and the review section. Let's go to the book detail page, and here we should find, yeah, here we have a review. And now I'm going to put it in a div so that I can use another p tag, and here I can provide user review dot user, because we have the relationship, and when we provide the foreign key we can directly say user. Okay, so just save this file, reload this page, and yeah, you can see now we have Sarthak as the username. Let's style this little bit. So I want to say this is going to be having text gray, let's say 400, and also I'm going to provide created at. And the magic of Django template is, you can see it's nicely formatted in a nice readable date with the time. but in the database it's proper timestamp. Cool. Let's write, and why can't we have these two things, name and date, in single row? For that I can use a flex here. So flex comes here and then justify between, so that both of them on left and right. So now you can see, right we have a date, left we have a name, and then we have a review. Amazing. So since we have added this user, now next task is, what if I add another review? Since we have the user ID as null, it will not going to add any user. So if I say this is another review, and if I submit this, that's added. But if you refresh this page, you can see user is none. We don't want that. Now what if I delete it, and then I should have saved the user when we save the review. For that we need to go to the views for our books. Here we are storing our review, and since this page can be accessible by every person, okay, what we need to first check if user is authenticated or not. And remember, it's very easy. Since we have this request, I can show you that if I print, not prints, print request, and let's open it, add a new review. You can see we have lots of things, but anything is not visible here. So I think I should do something else. Okay, so this is just a review. I have to say review dot user, or I can say is user authenticated. We can get that from our view. So from our book detail view we have that check, and that check is, where is that? User is authenticated. Okay, so we have to do this. So request dot user, and we can just check this. Oh, what happened? Just check this user. So one more review I can add, and then we should see another user detail which is here. So Sarthak 2 is here, but first we have to check if user is there. So I can say if not, and dot is authenticated, or we can simply say like if request user is authenticated, then yes, I want to save the review but also provide the user, and user is going to be request dot user. Okay, so if user is authenticated, then we are going to save it, otherwise we will just redirect back, and that's the case. But you know, this function is only callable when user hit the submit button, and if user is not authenticated, see this, if I go here, it says login to review. That means no one can do this. But by chance, if someone do some trick and hack it and try to store a new review without logging in, we have saved it. We are not saving any review. One more time, let's finally check if this is working fine or not. So yes, hey, after adding user, this is new review. Cool. Let's save this. So submit, and that's good. Reload the page, and yes, we have this Sarthak 2. Let's have some margin between two reviews. For that, let's open the book detail review part. We have this bigger div, class margin y of, let's say 6. Reload. Yeah, that's nice. So we have 6, and we have this issue, so I can provide some kind of issue is there. Why is that? Okay, let's leave this. If you want, you can provide a bigger margin from the top. Yeah, now it's fixed. Cool. So this is the way we can connect it. But next point is, what about lost password? Lost password. Let's fix this one. Now, what if you lose your password or forgot your password? Then if you click here, it's moving you to the Django administration password reset page. But as always, we don't want this page. We want our own page. How we customize it? Let's get back to the authentication part. I will search for authentication, and we will get back to the user authentication in Django. Then from the right side, not from the right side, yeah, I can go to the using Django authentication, which is the next step, and here we have authentication views. This we have already seen. We already have all these paths, but what next? We want to change the template for our password. So where is that? This is a login view, similar to logout. Then we have a password change view, this one. So is this the one we are looking for? First, let's see. This is the URL name is password change, but if you see here, we are on password reset actually. So we need to find the password reset view. So here we have a password change, and we got this password reset view. That's really great. And here we need to create password reset form.html. So I can do one thing. On the root of the project, we have this template. In the registration, we need to create this password reset form.html. Remember to extend the base.html. After that, I can put a comment for content so that it cannot format in a wrong way. So I can say content, and here I should provide the content. So first I need a form with a post request, and this is going to submit on the same URL. How I know? I can get this inspected, and then you can see there is a form which doesn't have any action. When any form doesn't have any action, that means it's going to submit on the same URL as a post request. Also, we need to add the CSRF token and this email field, and finally the reset password button, reset my password. Cool. So we have this, and we need an input field. But you know, this template is added by the Django URL system. With this, we get the real form. So we just need to say form dot email, I think. Let's try to use this, and using inside the double curly braces. Is this going to work? Let's see. And I can't find it anywhere. No issues. What we can do, we can simply create our own form, and this is going to be the email field with the name of email. Obviously ID I don't need, but I can provide some border, has to be rounded and have the padding of 2, and similarly I need a submit button which is like reset my password, and similar to this I need some class to design it, and it will be like border rounded padding 2, but background of green 700. Okay, let's see. Reload. Yeah, we have this, and I forgot to add the text white here. Nice. So we can have it, and now we can also provide the placeholder here. So a placeholder for enter your email to get reset password link, and this should be not a placeholder will be like enter your email, and we can provide a label also. So that label will be for email, and I can provide the ID as email and move this the text here. Let's see. Okay, it's fine for now. Now what next? Let's try to get the password, and I'm going to use my email ID of bitfumes@gmail.com and try to reset my password. Click failed CSRF token. Okay, I forgot to add it, and it's very simple. CSRF underscore token. That's done. And one more thing I can say, cursor. So cursor pointer. Nice. Get back, reload this page, get the one, click on reset my password, and we have this page which is saying reset password done. We need to change this page also. So how we can change it? So we have this reset password done. So let's search for a view. Oops, what happened? Let's search for a view for password reset done. So here we are, and template is password change done. Okay, and create one like this exactly. Extend base.html and comment for content, create a block of content, and next I need to have this text fully. So an h1 tag, h1 comes like here, password reset sent. Then we have to give this as in p tag. Okay, and this should be another p tag. Cool. So this means if I refresh this page, it should reflect, which is not reflecting. So what happened? Password change done .html. Is this the case? This is the same thing. Okay, I got the point. This is not password reset done. Password reset done is this one. So it's like password reset done, not change done, like here. Now this will reflect. Yes, this is the one. So obviously super ugly. So one thing is, let's have a div which is going to hold everything. Then this one is going to have a text of 2xl, and this div is going to have flex, and then another div which is going to say margin of auto. What this is going to do, this is just going to make everything at the center. So if I reload this page, you can see this is the nice way, and every p tag will have a margin top of 2 or maybe 4 is good. Okay, and then text gray 800 actually. Okay, reload. Nice. So this is the way we have a reset password. But remember, we have reset for bitfumes@gmail.com. Let's see on the admin panel and try to see whether we have that user or not. So password, and go to the user, and we don't have any user. But Django doesn't complain about that, like the email doesn't exist. Yes, because Django says that, hey, if you are filling any incorrect email, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to show my database structure that this email available or not. That's why if you click here, it's instantly saying that password reset done, but we are not having that user. Now what if I use this sarthak@bitfumes.com, or should I change this Sarthak to? So once again, password, go to the user, Sarthak 2, I want to change this and add the email ID. So email ID is here, and I'm going to add email ID, let's say sarthak2@gmail.com. update this user like here. That's done. And now try to use it. So first log out from here, from the one we have, admin panel, and next I'm going to reset my password for sarthak2@gmail.com, at bitfilms.com. Now reset password, and this time, since we have the user in our database, it's now trying to send the email. Whoa, how we can send an email with Django? So whenever you have a question for how, answer lies in the documentation. Let's go to the documentation part, and this time I will go to here, topic wise guide. In this topic guide, if you scroll down, you will find sending emails, and here we are. The sending email is there. Now if you click on sending email, they are giving everything related to sending email, but we don't have to do anything. It's all sending part is taken care by the Django. We have not created that, but we have to provide the settings for sending the email. So how we can provide? So if you go on the right side, we have a titles, we have a like list what we have here. Then comes this thing, email backends. So when you provide email backend, here we have a lots of ways. SMTP, so if you want to add any SMTP, then you have to provide these details. If you want to provide as a file backend, then you have to provide these two in your settings. If you have in memory, then you can provide this as a email backend. But let's try with the email backend for the file. So we have to first go to our Bookstore settings.py, and anywhere actually we can provide this, or let's have at the bottom. So email backend is this thing, file based email backend, but where we are storing our email, it's storing in the temp and app messages. But let's try to create, or it will actually by default create it. So if I say my dir, like so this should get the base directory, and then we want to find some other directory. So base directory slash, and then temp, inside temp app messages. This is the thing we have to see. Okay, one more time, let's get back. Sarthak2, click on reset password. Instantly it says that okay, that's done, email is done. And now you can see we have a new directory called temp. Inside we have an app message, inside we have a real email, and hey, we have this email. That's amazing. And this is the link we have to click to get the reset password page. So if you click here, see this, we have this page where it's asking for new password and confirmation password. We will also modify this one, but for now let's do another thing. I don't want to use this this app messages thing, so I'm going to delete. I don't want this file based backend for email. I want real what's that, SMTP actually. Yeah, so I want that SMTP backend. How we can do that? To check real, I want to use Mailtrap. Mailtrap is a very nice website where you can use this. It's going to trap all the email you are using or you are sending through its SMTP details. So the amazing part of this Mailtrap is that it has the integration, and if you scroll, you can easily find that they are having this Django related thing. So we can just copy this settings and paste it in our settings.py file. That's really done, and I can clear this, and then you will see the magic. Let's get back, try to hit the reset password, and see, this is now taking some time because it's sending a real email. And that is here. You can see Mailtrap is trapping all the email you are sending from the Django, and you can test them. So here we have, and this is the real link to the reset password page. Cool. this is the way. Now if you want the real email in your real inbox, then you have to get the real SMTP credential for other services like Amazon email service or Mailtrap, SendGrid. Lots of providers are there. So this is the simplest way. Next important thing is, if you go to this part, it's having Django administration reset password page. We don't want this. So what we will do, we will change this just like we changed for the password reset page. So let's inspect this, what this form is having. So just like before, this form is having a simple method post, no action, CSRF token, a hidden input field for the user. Then we have a password, new password 1, then new password 2, and a change my password. Very easy stuff. So let's find this one. So the URL is reset, then something mg, I don't know what it is, then set password. Okay, so once again, search for authentication, go to this user authentication Django, and the next one using Django authentication system. Scroll down, I need the authenticated views. In the views, first thing I need to find the name, which is password reset confirmation, and this is like reset, UID, and then token. Okay, so how I can search? I say password, then reset confirmation. So password reset confirm. The template for it is password reset confirm.html. So let's create this template registration, this one. Remember to extend it with a base.html, HTML, a comment for not of weird formatting, then content, and remove this one. And here I need the form, just like we did for the password reset. So let's copy this thing for these things actually. So I can provide it, and I can say closing of div and another div, and this is having a title of enter new password, like this. Okay, next is, once again, if you go to the documentation, you see here we have a template context. Remember context thing? That means kind of variable we are passing. We have a form, we have a valid link. So this is very important. So if you try to go mg and type any gibberish, hit it, it says okay, so it's having this one, but let's just remove this one. And now if you reload this page, see it says password reset unsuccessful because link is broken. We need to do this thing also. How we can check? We have this boolean, so valid link. Let's copy this, and first I can check with the if statement. If a valid link is there, is a valid link, then do these kind of things. That means asking for password reset. Otherwise I can simply end if also. So end if. Otherwise I need a h1 tag which is going to say password reset unsuccessful, and a p tag which says this thing, link is broken. Okay, that's good, but if you go back and check the real link, which is valid link, you get this message. So in the first half, yeah, provide it. Now let's complete this so that we will use this template. So it's confirm and reload. Cool, it's asking for the new password, but if you provide a invalid link, yeah, that's nice. So this is good. But next I can see there is one more thing called form for the template context form. How this is coming and what is the use of it? So if you go to the documentation, once again I'm opening in a new tab, search for form, or you can go to the topic guides. Here you can find the form, like working with the form. This is a very nice thing. Why? Because you can directly pass form from your context. So it will be like form dot, not this thing. You can pass it in a template, yeah, like this. So you see this form as table, form as p, and you can provide everything you have. So what I can do, I don't know what are the thing we already available, we already have inside this thing. Where is that? I forgot. So I need to password reset confirm. Yeah, here we are. So form is having something for us, so let's just print the form we have, and the form is having lots of things. New password for this, and confirm password also, but there is some, your password can't be similar to, okay, so these are the error messages. So everything is there. So it's like this one. First is new password, or new password 1 actually. So new password 1 is the name. So how we can use this? So first I need to say, hey, I need a div. Inside this div, I'm going to show form dot new underscore password 1. So this is the only thing I want to show from the form. See this, reload this page, and I think, yeah, here we are. So we should also add that label for this. So that's why I use the div, because I also want to have a label for obviously new password 1, and this is going to say new password, and similar to this I need one more for new password 2, like this, and here I say confirm password, reload. Yeah, nice way. This is good. Next important thing is the submit button. So one more div for input of submit, and value is change my password. That's great. And yeah, everything should be in a form. So let's have a form with a post, and there is no action. Try to fit it here. Okay, that's amazing, that's nice. So let's try to change the password. Previously the password was pass at 123, and so I'm going to change pass at 321, pass at 321, change my password, and CSRF token is not there, and I always forgot it. CSRF underscore token, go back and pass at 321, pass at 321, change my password, and yes, it is changed. We need to change, we need to customize this one also, and I will do that. You don't have to worry, because I don't want to waste your time for just a very simple thing. So I will design that page and also change it and come to the next one. Now let's do amazing thing. See, all these books are having this thumbnail or simply image, but if you see, if you open this, this is just a S3 Amazon AWS static URL. We don't want this URL. We want this images to be coming from our project. That means we are going to upload this image into our Django project. So how we get started? Caution, that means the answer lies in the documentation. Go to the documentation, go to the topic guide. Here just search for file, and here we have a managing files. Open this, and here they have given a very nice information. Whenever you want to use the images or upload images for any model, you can define a field, you can name it anything, but you have to say models.image field. This is going to be an image field. Then if you want, you can define upload to any directory name you have. Then the power of this image field is that once you have the image, you can get the image name, you can get the path and the URL. What is the difference between path and the URL? Path is simply the path from your basic, like from your operating system, and URL is like your real absolute, for our case, local 8000 and then our image. Okay, so let's try this with our book model, since we want to connect the image with our books. For that, let's go to the books app. Inside models, we have a book model. Here we are going to define, let's say, image. Okay, then I say models dot image field, and yes, let's define the upload to, and this is going to be a images directory. Obviously there is no images directory, so I think Django will going to create it. But as we already know that if we are adding any field, we have to make it nullable, otherwise Django will give us some error. That's done. Now what next? Simple migration. So let's go here and run make migration. That's done. A new migration is created in books migration. That's here. Cool. Now let's try Python manage.py migrate. That's done. Now we have a new field. Now this is good that we have a new field, but how do we upload the image to fill this image field in our book model or in our book database? Don't worry about that, because remember, we have a very nice thing called Django admin, and Django admin will take care of everything. So here is the password. Let's go to the books, and now since we have added it as an image field, Django admin will know that, okay, if you have added image field, obviously you are going to upload an image. So let's click here, and I have actually downloaded all the images. So let's click here to upload that image, not images. So now click on save. That's done. It's saved. So if you again go and see there, this is the image. And if you try to open this image and open it, new tab. Okay, so Django is giving some kind of error. Why? Let's see. So here Django is saying that what you are trying to get, you are trying to fetch /images and then something. Now if you go to the URLs I have, now Django is saying these things. If you see the URLs I have, I don't have any URL which matches /images. So what you have to do? Do you have to create a new URL to just get this thing? No. If you go to the documentation and see, this is managing static files. If you scroll, if you open that and scroll a little bit, here there's a very nice helper method for static, and you can append this or add to the URL patterns you have. So once you define this, it will create a URL pattern for your static files. Let's copy this, and this we want to add into the Bookstore and URLs, and add it, and with a plus sign. We need to import setting and static. So let's copy this to import, paste it here. That's done. This is okay. So again, if I go to here, try to refresh this page, this time is Django saying, okay, if you try to get /images, I don't have any images, but I have a new URL pattern which called anything starts with static. I can get it for you. But obviously this is not starting with static. So what we can do? Can we do this like is static? No, this is not going to work, because static, there is no directory called static. The directory Django has created is called images. Inside that we have it. But once again, if you go to the documentation, it is saying that by default Django store using media root and media URL setting. Do we have it? Let's see. Settings, and we cannot find any media related setting. We have a static related but not media related. So let's define these two. So media root, media URL. First, I have to say media root is equal to, since this is a root, just directory name we have to define, which is media. But when you define any media URL in Django, any URL ends with a slash. So here we have defined it, and let's use double quote just for having the similarities between these two. Okay, so now since we have this media, what's going to happen? Let's now delete these images, and now once again try to upload image from this Django admin. Select the image, click save. That's done, and let's close this. And one more time, try to open it. This time you can see there's a little change in the URL. Instead of directly saying localhost 8000/images, we have a media, and that is coming from here. So if you change it to ABCD and reopen it by refreshing, now you can see it's prefixed with ABCD. So this is basically we are saying to our Django that, hey Django, media is inside this media directory and the URL should be like this. So this means now you can see the images directory is inside this media, and that is because we have defined the root, and this is because we are getting this prefix of media. Now still we are not able to fetch the image. Why? See, once again, all the URLs doesn't include anything related to media. We have anything start with static, but not anything start with media. It's very simple. It's a logic, simple logic, which says that, okay, you are defining static for the static URLs. Why not define it for media? By doing this, it's now going to get these two things for us. With that, if you reload and open it, cool, we have the image. And this is how you set the image or image path maybe. So everything is inside this media, images, and these images. Cool. Now one more, let's add another image and choose this one. That's done. For the third one, we can also do this same thing. For this, let's say, is this one? I don't know. And finally the fourth one. Now since we have uploaded almost all the images on our database, not database, on our project, 4 images are there. What we can do, let's close this Django administration and now reload this. Still, yeah, we know these images are coming from this thumbnail URL, which is S3 AWS. Now go to the book list, and here you can see we are having this image which is having thumbnail URL. But I told you in the starting that, hey, when you use this field, image field, you have name, path, and URL. So let's use it. So book.image.url, and we know everything is working absolutely fine. So that means everything is there. All the images should be there. Oh, it's taking some time to load. And now all the images are there. This means if I open this image, this is coming from localhost 8000/media/images and the file name. Cool. And the final last thing, we need to make changes in here when we visit a single book, and let's do the same thing. So book detail, thumbnail comes to image.url, and that's done. Yes, we have this image. If you open, it's coming from localhost. So this is a simple way we can upload an image or handle the image in Django using all these settings. Till now, all these image uploading part is handled by Django administration. We don't have any skill to upload it, but we want this. So what we can do, see this, when user want to upload or to write any review, what if we can provide a system to upload a single file? What that means, let's add a new field in this review. So let's open models. Inside that we have this reviews. Let's add a simple image field, and for now I'm having only ability to upload one image. So image field, upload to, and this will be images/review. Okay, just to distinguish between the images. Now since we have this, and remember now this book table doesn't use this thumbnail URL, so why not delete that? Now I'm going to run the make migrations. Okay, so one more time, I forgot to add the nullable thing. Null to true. Cool. Migration. Yeah, one is removed, one is added. Removed from book, added in review. Finally, run the migrate. Cool, we have this. Now we are not having any ability to write a review from the administration, so we have to provide something here. So let's go on the review part, and which is inside the book detail. At the bottom we have this for our review. Okay, and here we have the form. Just below this text area, let's have an input field for file. I'm going to name it image, and that's it, I think. Okay, since we are uploading the image, we need to provide this form as enc type of multipart form data, so that it can handle the image. Now till now everything is fine. If you reload, we have this image. Choose a new image if you want, and then submit it. What next we want? We want to upload this image and handled by the view. So we have this view, we have this review. If user is authenticated, we are creating a new review, but next we need to actually upload the image also. Let's go to the uploading image, and here there are various methods to upload, but there is one more thing. Let's search for storage like this, and then here we have file storage API. Then we have this file system storage, and using this thing we can really upload a file. So let's see how we can use this. First we have to go to the views. Here we have this review, and now I will create an instance fs is equal to file system storage. Actually file storage system, is it correct? File system storage. Okay, so file system storage, but then we need to import. We have to import at the top from Django.core.files.storage. from this import file storage system or file system storage. Yes, then we have to obviously create the instance of our image, which we can get from the request dot files, and from this I get the image. And now we just need to say fs dot, and you can see we have lots of options, and we just need to saving, and the first argument should be the name, second the content as a second is real image, and the name should be the real image dot name. Real image, the meaning the image we are getting from the request, and this is going to return our name. But we finally need to do one thing. We need to store the image here. So here we say image is equal to fs.url for this name. So create a URL for me with this name, the given name, the stored name, I can say. So now you can see in the media we don't have any review directory, and we have said that in the models.py that if you upload any image, it will go into images/review. Okay, now let's try to upload a new image. Let's go here, reload this page, and I say hey, and choose one file, and let's choose this Big Sur image, submit, and that's done. So if I reload, you can see we have the hey, but here you can see, okay, so that's not stored inside this reviews or review basically. So maybe we can provide the path here, but I think this is okay for now because this is not the exact way of uploading a file. So this is okay. We are having this Big Sur here, and in the database, if you see, we should have a new entry which is not showing. So I should restart our database, get the review, and now we have hey, we have this media/our media. Since we have the media, why not we show it here on the review part? So we say go to the book detail, and here at the bottom where we are having the body, just below the body, let's have an image tag with the source of it should be like review.image.url. okay, so let's remove all these things and giving a width of very small, like 100 only. So reload, check this. Okay, so we have some issue. It says image attribute has no file associated with it. What if I just say image, and yeah, we have this. So you saw that this is not exactly the file file attribute for the image. So what exactly we have to do? We have to change this system or this way of uploading file into a different way of uploading a file. Now remember, when we have uploaded the image for book through Django administration, it was very quick. We got the real path, and the images was stored exactly in the images directory which we have defined, and we can use that technique, which is actually comes from the Django Forms. So if you go and search for the form, or you can directly go from documentation, so I can move you from the documentation topic guide, and here we have working with the form. This is very important. So working with a form, how this is going to work and how this is going to help us in uploading a file. First, we need to understand what is this form kind of thing. So generally we create a form like this, but since we have the Django, we can use the Django Forms, or it's very simple. Create a form.py file and define a class, name that one, and you can define the fields you want to have. Then that form, which having these kind of input field and other things, will become, or will come from this form field. How this is going to work? Let's see in our case. First, what we have to do, we have to create a new file inside this books, which is going to be a form.py, and here I will say from Django.forms, not Django.forms, let's see, it is saying from Django import forms, from Django import forms. Okay, next I'm going to create a class. This class is going to say review form, and just like we do for models.model in our models.py file, here we say forms.form. Okay, so this is done. Next, we have to define our fields, what fields we are having and which kind of field we want. So in the form, we have a body field, and this body field will comes from forms dot, and this is going to be a text area, just like we do for the models. it is exactly same, but instead of model we are saying the type of input field we want to create. And then we have an image which say forms dot image field. That's amazing. That's so easy. Now since we have these two, but how we can use this form in our book detail.html file? So let's go to the documentation, and here below you can see you just need to create an instance of the form and then pass it to the view as a context. Simple. So this book detail view comes from the view of book detail view, like this one, but we are creating a context like this from where we are adding this review and author. Let's have context form is equal to review form. So review form, and we need to import this review form. So from books.forms, or it's just form, import review form. Okay, so this is done and we are passing this form. So what if I go here and in this form where we have a text area and input field, what if I comment this to reload, and you can see we have the submit button but we don't have this file and text area. Now I'm going to just use double curly braces and showing the form, reload, and you can see we have this input field, and that's good, input field is there, but we are not having that text area. So now let's try to change this to char field and see is it going to work. So if I reload, yeah, you can see now we have the body. Okay, so what we can do next, let's go to the documentation and see. Here we have a char field. Let's go for the documentation for char field. The widget, the default widget is a text input. We can change the default widget. So we can say widget is equal to forms dot text area instead of text input. Is this going to work? Reload, and yeah, we have this. So this is very nice thing. And now since we have this and we have the image, both we have, we can do one thing. And what if we can say dot as underscore p? So this is going to move these two into a p tag, so that we have this field in a single line and this field in another line. But then how we can style this text area? So one more time, here we can go and I can provide the attribute, and here I can say attribute of class should be the class we need, and we have all these class. So I can copy this class from here and paste it here. Also, if you want to provide the placeholder, so placeholder is going to be like this one, and let's try this. Is it going to work or not? Reload this page, and yeah, we have this styling and placeholder, everything. So we are back with the same place but using Django Forms. This is the way. Now next is it working or not? Let's try. And how it's going to work, it's going to work exactly the same way. So I say review with Django form, and I'm not providing any image. Then let's see what's going to happen. Now it says you must select an image. So to solve this thing, once again go to the form, and here I say required as false. Okay, so required false is done, and now once again let's copy this, reload, write a review and click submit. Now it says yeah, you are trying to store image but image is not served. So on the view you can see here we are trying to get these things, but we need to provide this only if image is available. Okay, so I can do one thing like move this image part out of this, and I then say new review dot image is equal to this, and this is only going to be available. So I can do something like if there is an image, so I can say if image is there, then do all these things. Okay, so I think that's done, and we need this body part also, like here. Cool. So we are getting the image. If we have the image, we are saving it, and then we are storing the image and attaching to the new review, and finally storing or saving the new review. One more time, reload, get back here, and this time if I submit, this time it's asking for review. Where is that? Review. So I think, okay, so now see, we have changed this text area from the name of review to the name of the body. So here we have defined it as a body. So now we need to say this is actually a body. Okay, next, if I once again reload, it's still asking for the image, because here instead of this thing we need to actually move it here and checking for if length of request dot files is not equal to 0. If this is the case, then if we have the file, upload it. So let's once again try. So with image, so let's choose an image once again, Big Sur, click, and we should see the image here. Okay, so now that's good. Now what if I'm not providing image? With no image, submit, and that's done. We are having that review here. Cool. So this is the way we can use the Django forms in any forms we have. So like this. So see, this is very easy to have, easy to design, and everything is so nice. But how we can use the form to actually reduce all these code and upload the image plus store everything in very nice way. So now let's convert our form which we are using as a normal form to a model form. What it is, let's go. So here we have a working with the form. We are working with all these form, but if you go to the form set and then after this scroll down, you get creating forms with model. This is a very nice way, because now we don't have to define the fields, because since we are moving to the model form, it's now connecting with the model and it will check the model and get the field type from there. What it means, let's see. So if I convert from forms.form to forms.modelForm, and then I just comment this, create a new class called meta. Here I provide model. Model is review model, and we need to import it. So import books from books in books.models, import review model. That's good. And there I can also define the fields. So fields is like here is inside a list. I say I need a body and I need image. Just by defining this, if you go and reload this page, see, once again we get the body as a text area and image as a file. How Django form know that this is a char field or a text area field and an image field? We have defined this review, and you know, if you go to the review, body is a text field, image is a image field. So from here it know that okay, these fields are having a specific type. That's okay. But next comes how we provide this class and required false. So I believe something should be there and that should be like widget. Once again, let's search for widget. Okay, so when we define the model form, yeah, so they say that you can define this like here. We have widget, we can define the name and we can define whatever we want. So next part is I need to say widgets. Actually the body widget is actually a form dot text area. So like text area, simple forms dot text area. Cool. And remember, just like here, we can define all these classes. So provide this, uncomment it, that's done. This is for the body field. If you want something for the image, you can also provide that. So let's first check, is it working for the body? Yes, this is working. Nice. But we can also define the same thing above, just like before we did. So we can use this thing, cut this and paste it here, uncomment, and we don't need widget here. This will also going to work. So if you reload, you can see that's working exactly fine. So either you can define it here as a widget or you can define it here. So similar, as we already know, we need the required false for the image. That's done. And remove the widget. So we are back with the previous thing, but since we have the model form, we have also defined the model and the field we want. That's great, and this is exactly similar. So obviously we know this is going to work, but we can check with model form and no image is provided. Save it. Cool, that's done. But whenever we store a new review, we should redirect back to the same page. So here we have a book we can actually add. So I can use the f string. So f string for, here comes id. It's not a JavaScript, so just id, and that will be like slash. Now this will be nice, but what we want with the model form, we exactly want one thing, which is to form.save. This thing we need, just this, and that's why we have used the form, a model form. So what we have to do, we have to create a form instance passing the post request like this, and then just click on save. Okay, so now here we have all these things. So I'm going to comment every other thing. Now create a form instance, and this is, we know, is a review form. Okay, yes. And provide the request dot post, and now we check if form dot is valid. If form is valid, then form dot save, and let's try, is it working or not. If form is not correct, then form is equal to review form, and this review form is instance. Actually we don't have to do anything because review form is inside the form detail, book detail, which is taking care. So we just check that there is some, or I can say form is not valid. Okay, so we can check. So try, reload, create a new with model form save, submit, and we are back, and we are not having that new with form model form save because we have some error, and that error should be available somewhere. And because now we are not having any error here, this means form is already saved. If you go, yes, we have this new with model form save, but the point is why we are not getting the review here, because it's not connected with our book and with the user. That's the thing we need to check, how we can connect the relationship. So first we can create the instance just like we did previously, and we can provide that instance here so that it will be saved with the form with the other detail. How we can do that? So remember, we have created this review. So copy this, go at the top, and we are creating the instance. So I can say new review with a review, and we are providing the body, but we don't want to provide the body because body will come from the form. But yes, we need to provide the book ID because here is the book ID, and also the user. When we have this, we can provide the instance is equal to new review. This will also going to store the user and the book ID. By doing this, if we store another review, so this time with model form and relationship, and click on submit, you can see now it's here. That means it is added, and we have the user. That means user is also added. And the final thing is for the image. How we can upload the image? Let's see. So model form with image. See the real magic. Here we are. Again a big Sur image. Click on submit. That's done. And model form with image is not there. Magic is not happened. So if you store click here, so image should be uploaded there, but it's not uploaded. And why this happened? To get the answer, let's go to the documentation, and here I search for file, and see, whenever you want to upload the file also, in a second argument you have to provide the request files also. So as a second argument we can provide request.files, and finally the instance. So if there is some file, it's going to upload that one also. So let's reload, and this time I say model with image and request files passed on form and a model form. So model form, choose a new file, Big Sur image. Once again click, and yay, we have the image uploaded, but we have some different URL. So see, the real image is exactly uploaded the place where we want. It's inside review and Big Sur. So now if you open this, load it like this, it says localhost 8000 /book/images. Why it's included /book/images? Because here we have okay, so where we have the book detail comes here, and we are saying directly, we are saying review.image. So we have to do two important things. First, change it to image URL. Second, we need to check if there is the image, then do this. So review.image, if there is an image, then only I say show the image. Now reload this page. At the bottom you have this image. Ooh, so nice thing. See, this is now happened because of this thing, and now we can totally remove all these code, and it becomes so easy. And now if you want, you can totally delete the else part also, and this becomes so easy. And the form is again very nice. We can customize everything. So we have done various things in Django, from file upload to sending email to all authentication, everything. And now work upon extremely important concept, which is deploying Django to the server. So here we are on the documentation, and let's search for deploy. When you search it, you get the result, and the first one describing all these things you need to deploy Django in the server. But these informations are not proper inlined, and this part of documentation I really don't like. So for the convenient, we have to use this Heroku to deploy the Django, but I have written some steps in this deploy.md file, and here some of the steps are just to prepare Django for the deployment, and some are for the Heroku especially. So how we can get started? First, we need to prepare our Django application to be able to deploy on the server. So how we do that? First, there is a command called manage.py check deploy. So let's search, and not search, first let's run this one, and obviously this will include python manage.py. And now you can see a lot of information is given. We need to change various things, but we have to just work on this debug, allow host, and secret key. These are extremely important things, and all these things are available in our settings.py. So if you open the Bookstore, settings.py, everything is given here. So how we get started with this? But before starting, one thing I want to do, I want to delete this .env just to show you what exactly we are going to do. It's not part of real deploymentation. You don't have to delete this, obviously. So it just, I'm going to show you something. That's why I'm deleting it. So I've deleted this .env, that environment directory, virtual environment. And once again, I'm going to create the virtual environment. And one more time, I can inform you that this is not a part of Django deployment. I just want to show you something. That's why I have deleted this virtual environment. Now, next, let's try to activate the environment, which is done. And now let's run the manage.py run server. And yes, you can see now it's asking for Django, because since we have a new or fresh virtual environment, it says that, hey, in this virtual environment, you don't have Django. Similarly, if we use a pip install Django, after this, we need another dependency. So first it's going to install here. Okay, so Django installation is done. What if once again, if I try to run the server, this time it says, hey, you also need pillow. There's another dependency. Okay, so we say pip install pillow, and that's also done. Now, how do I know that what are the dependencies we have installed? So there is a very nice command called pip freeze. If I run this, I get all these dependency and dependency of dependencies which we have used in our project. So this is very nice, and now we just have two basic dependencies and other dependency of dependencies. Why I have done this? Because there is a command freeze, and this is a command which is going to make, or which is going to move all that thing into requirements.txt file. So just by doing this angle sign requirement.txt, if I hit enter, you can see now we have a new file called an requirements.txt, and we get all these things. Cool. So that's how I want to show you that dependencies are there and how we can check that. Cool. Let's get back to our deployment process. So, first we have to check this. We already checked, and we need to work on the secret key and debug thing. These two are inside settings. So what we have to do, see, this secret key itself says Django insecure secret key, and you never have to share this secret key on the GitHub. The production key has to be only available on the production. Never leak this one. Very important thing. So what we are going to do, we are going to say os.environ.get. This is the way we get the secret key from the server only. So I say secret key, and if secret key is not given, I'm going to use this one, but I'm going to delete this Django and something. So this makes this key as a unique one. So let's just install whatever it is. And now if we have given this one for the environment variable, then it's going to get that. If we have not provided this one, it will going to get this as a default. Same thing we have to do this with the debug. On the server, we don't want debug to be true. It always has to be false. So once again I say os.environ.get. And now one more thing is, you always have to prefix with Django. It's not a must thing, but it's a good convention. So Django debug, and by default I say none or simple empty string, and I need to give it as a true, but comparing with the string. See, this debug need either true or false, that means a boolean thing. But from the environment, we only get the string. So that's why we have to compare it with another string to make this thing as a real boolean. Okay, so obviously by default it's not true, that means it's false. Next, allow host. We will get back to this later, but let's see, is there anything else? Yes. Now let's move to the database part. Here we have the database. In the database we are using SQLite, but in the server we will going to use the Postgres database. Now that is for the server or production. What about the local? If we change it here, then we will not able to work with the SQLite in local, and if we not change, then we will have to use SQLite on the server. So this means we need to check if os.environ.get database_URL. And what is this database_URL? This is an environment variable pushed from the server. It's always pushed from the server into our application when we deploy. So if this is available, that means we are on the server. So what we can do, we can say like database is equal to having a default one which we get from PostgreSQL. Okay, but obviously this should be like, hey, now if we don't have this database URL, that means we are on local, so we can say else we have this. Okay, now this is going to work for local, this is for the server. But how do we get this Postgres information? Once again, go back to the deploy.md. First, to change or to work with the Postgres, we need to install this library. To have the information about all the settings related to Postgres, we need to install Django database URL. And then with the Django database URL, we can get the all configuration. So let's install these two things. And yep, we are installing and both are done. Since we have completed these two, now let's copy this part and paste it here like this. Now on the server is going to inject database URL as an environment variable, and from this database URL we are going to get all the Postgres information. So once again, database part is done. What next? Static files. Okay, if you scroll down, we have static files. So just like we did for media, we have a media URL, we have a media root. So we need to define the static root also. So static root, and this is going to be like base dir and static files. This is going to be used by the server. See, in the server, Django never going to provide you static files. So you have to use a command called, not given here, python manage.py. If you run it, there is a command called collect, not given here. Okay, no issues. There's a command called collect static. What it does, it collect all the static files like CSS, JavaScript, like we have for the admin panel, and push into the static files directory and then serve from here. So this is only for the server, so that's why we have defined it. And what we have to do, we have defined the root. Then to serve these files from static files directory, we need another library called white noise, recommended by Heroku. So let's install this one also. And when we done with the installation of white noise, we need to add this middleware into the middleware group at the second position. And here at the second position. Okay, so static file configuration is also done. Finally, HTTP server. We need a server which is going to obviously serve the Django application. So you will say, Sarthak, then what is a Heroku? Heroku is a service provider for our server, and this is a server just like you have heard about Apache and Nginx. Similar to this, we have a GUnicorn. Okay, let's run this one, and that's done also. And finally, export requirement. Remember, we did like freeze and requirements.txt. Now, since we have installed some other applications like GUnicorn, white noise, and etc., so we need to update our requirements.txt file by running this one. If you are on Windows, you just run freeze and copy and create manually requirements.txt file. So hit enter, and now you can see it's updated to all the dependency and dependency of dependency with this requirements.txt file. Cool. So this is just the process or steps to prepare Django application to deploy on any platform. It's just not just for Heroku. You have to do all these things for any kind of platform if you are using for the deployment. So that's done, and now let's work especially from Heroku. Okay, so we have completed all these 6 steps just to prepare Django application to be able to deploy on any platform. We are going to use the Heroku platform. So let's go here. We are on Heroku. If you have not signed in, go create account, sign in, and when you create, it will something like this. Now, since we need to install Django, first I will search for Django Heroku deployment. Okay, now we get various results. Let's search one by one. So is this going to work? Yeah. So this is the one very nice documentation we have. It says expected file for Python. It expect any of these files, either requirement.txt, setup.py, or pip file. So we have obviously requirement.txt. That's done, no issues. And let's move to deployment using the GUnicorn. We have already installed GUnicorn, so no need to worry about that. That's done. But for Heroku especially, we need to create a proc file and give this information. So let's create this. We need proc file, and then we need to define this. The type of application is a web, server is GUnicorn, and we need to define then the WSGI file. So our project name is store.wsgi, and there's also one thing called log file and space hyphen. This is very important. There's a space between the last hyphen. So this is the bookstore.wsgi, which is pointing to bookstore wsgi.py file. Okay, so that's done. Next, what next? Basic configuration. We can skip all these things, no need to worry about that. And when done, we can check for Python with working with Django, Heroku, static files. Yeah, so Django and static asset. Let's search here. Now it says you have to provide all these things. We have already given the static root, no worries. We have already installed white noise that I have prepared. So here is the middleware, and if you want you can define this also, but we are going to skip it. And that's once again done. Now finally, how we can get started with the Django thing? There are two ways. One, you can go to Heroku and start using like create new app, or you can use the command line. So just go on this command line documentation of Heroku, and it says you first need to install the Heroku CLI. If you are on Windows, you can use this installer. If you're on Ubuntu, run this. I'm on Mac, so I have to run this command. Once you run this command like this, and after that you will get the Heroku in your system. And if you run Heroku, and if you run this, and if you are getting all these things, that means Heroku is successfully installed, Heroku CLI especially. So once you have done with the Heroku CLI information, what you have to do, you need to log in. So you need to log in here. So now let's run Heroku login. If I hit enter, it's going to ask to open a link in the new browser. If we done it, it says logged in, and now it says yes, this is the email ID you have logged in. After logging in, what you have to do, you have to create a app which is not given. Okay, so this is for the login only. Okay, CLI plugin, let's search. No, not this one. Okay, deployment, go to deployment, and here you need to go to deploy with Git. And first thing you have to do is create new app. So if you go here, and you can see if I refresh, it says there is no applications or app available in the Heroku. But now from here I say Heroku create. If I do this, it's going to create a new application. See, this application is created, and now if you reload, here we have this application. And remember I talked to you about this allow host. Where is that? Here we are. So we need to put this host name here. So I can copy Stormy and whatever it is to here. Okay. Now since we have made changes, I need to commit this. So I say allow host added. Okay, now it's done. So what next? It says after you create this application, you have to do only one thing. Git push. Where's that? Yeah, here we are. Git push Heroku main. Okay, and we have this main. So let's try git push Heroku main, and let's see what's going to happen. If I run it, and it's going to push from our git to Heroku git, and now it says it detects that okay, you have various Python related things, so it's installing these things in the server. And here we are, it's collecting and finally installing, and then it's running this command python manage.py collect static, very important one. Finally finalizing, compressing, doing something, and deploying to Heroku, and at last we should get our application when it says done or completed or something. Yeah, verifying done. So this is done. Finally it's done. And if you reload this, there's no effect. But if you go inside, then you will find here is all the activities. Now, since we are using the CLI, we can also say Heroku open from here also, or you can click on open app. So let's start with Heroku open, or I can just go from here. So let's open in a new tab, and now it says application error. But what if I say /admin? Okay, still it's saying the same thing. So we get this error, and I forgot to do one thing. Remember, we have used this DJ database URL in our settings, like here, but we have to import this also. So let's get back at the top and finally say import DJ database URL. I need to commit this, so added DJ database URL, and finally git push Heroku main. Let's try if it is going to work. It's going to have do all these steps once again, so let's wait for it. So finally that's done once again, and if I go reload this page, yes, you can see now we have a Django administration, and this means everything is fine. Now what if I try to log in? So I try to log in, but I believe there is error. You know why? Because we have not yet migrated. There is no table in our Postgres database which is on the server. Now, how do we run that file? So once again, Heroku run python manage.py migrate. So when you say Heroku run, it's going to run any command you define here on the server directly. So if I hit enter here, now you will going to see it's going to migrate all these database schema into our Postgres database. So it's doing something. And now you can see all these database is now migrated. This is a very nice thing. Since we have done with that, now if I try to log in, so if I say Sarthak password, hit login, it's not giving any 500 error because there is a table. Now it says there is no user or admin with this name. So we need to create now our super user. So let's go once again, manage.py, create super user, hit enter, and one more time it will go to the server and going to run it and give us the information we need. So we know this is going to ask for the email username first, Sarthak, then email, I'm going to leave it, password is password, once again password, and now it says too common, no worries, it's fine. Super user created successfully. So since we have the super user, let's try to log in. Woohoo! Successfully deployed the application to Heroku. It was so not so easy, but it was very fun, and finally we have done with that. So make sure you complete all the steps given in this deploy.md file, and just like I forgot to import this one, so I should say import DJ database URL, and then use this one. So that's how we done with Django, and I hope you have learned various things with me in this journey of Django. If you need any other thing, just comment below or email me at sarthak@bitfumes.com. You can also send message or DM me on Twitter at sarthaksavvy. And don't forget to like this video. Don't forget to like, this is very important. Subscribe to this channel, because you know this kind of content is very rare. So we will meet in some another videos. Till then, goodbye.